Good morning, baseball fans, and welcome to CarShield Collegiate League TV breakfast at the ballpark. Bit of a chilly morning here for early August here on a Tuesday morning, about just after 10 o'clock Central Time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for starting your morning, getting your cup of coffee, getting your breakfast in with us. And we got some baseball, Hoots and Gems. It's a makeup from a couple of weeks ago. The Hoots are the away team, Gems are the home team. Chase Krogman leads things off for the Hoots, facing Gus Poulos. And the first pitch is a ball upstairs at 10:06 a.m. Central Time. Shane Holsey, Cam Thomas with you here on CarShield Collegiate League TV, wherever you're watching, however you're watching. Thank you for joining us. Beautiful morning for baseball. Temperatures in the 60s this morning. Yes, in early August in Missouri. It is in the mid-60s, mid-upper 60s this morning. One ball, one strike to Chase Krogman. Dominic Cusimano, and Nick Neville here in the first inning. There's a called strike from Gus Poulos, making his fifth start for the Gems this summer. ERA in the mid-fours, right around 3.4. One ball, two strikes to the leading hitter in the league, Chase Krogman, at 4.29. The 1-2 hit into left center. Center fielder Kylan Cunningham going back, and he's not going to get there. That's going to one hop off the wall, and Krogman's going to have a stand-up double to get things started.
Yeah, I would have liked Kylan there to put his head down and just go after that baseball. He kind of tracked back a little bit and didn't, take a straight line to that ball. Kind of let it hang up there a little bit too long. You've got to have your first step back as an outfielder, especially in the center field position, and then break back, get to that spot, and then work forward. He wasn't able to do that, and Krogman's on with the leadoff double.
Would that be a case where you just kind of put your head down and run to a spot where you think the ball's maybe going to land and then try to find it later? Or
yeah, you always run to a spot, and then you work inwards.
He was kind of tracking that as he was going back, looking back at the baseball. It can kind of slow you down.
And that baseball hung up there for a little bit too, And the power alleys here at CarShield Field. You get a ball up in the air in the gaps, it's going to fly. And Kylan's got to know that being playing here all summer.
The 0-1 pitch to Dominic Cusimano is fouled back. It'll be Cusimano and then Nick Neville. Read you through the rest of the lineup. Andrew Keck hits fourth. Matt Dunham hits fifth. Tyler Bastunas hits sixth. Ty Stouse, the catcher, hits seventh. Matt Staker hits eighth, and Luke Lampros rounds out the order in the 9 spot. So leadoff double for Chase Krogman. He's on second base to lead off the ball game, facing Gus Poulos. That 0-2 pitch misses down low in the dirt. Went with the breaking ball on 0-2. Last time we saw Poulos just win an inning against the Cavemen back on Wednesday. Struggled, walked 4 guys in that ball game in just that one inning. Looking for a bounce back outing here. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Cusimano. The 1-2. Hit into right center. That's hit pretty well. Kylan Cunningham into the gap, gets behind it. We're going to have a play at third base. The throw from Cunningham, not in time. Krogman advances to third. So Cusimano does a job, advances the runner to third base, and now Nick Neville will hit with the runner on third base and 1 away.
Yeah, really interesting to see these first 3 hitters in this Hoots lineup, of course, being lefties facing the left-handed Gus Poulos. But, when you think about it, they've done pretty well so far as these at-bats, just working at-bats pretty well. It doesn't look like the lefty-lefty matchups are really bothering them.
The left-handed Holy Cross commit delivers strike 1 to Nick Neville, the SIU Saluki. He's become a staple in this lineup since entering the league a few weeks ago. He has hit the cover off the baseball, hitting .370 coming into play, getting on base 43% of the time, and he's going to have himself an RBI here as he grounds out to second base. Krogman scores to make it 1-0. Get him on, get him over, get him in, and the Hoots lead at 1-0.
Yeah, just textbook baseball right there. You get a guy who leads off with a double. At the top of the order, Chase Krogman's a guy that's going to be a base getter. And you got 2 guys after that take really good at-bats, and that's just picture-perfect baseball.
So now 2 away, nobody on, but a run scored for the Hoots on that leadoff double by Krogman, a fly out to center field off the bat of Cusimano, and an RBI ground out for Nick Neville, giving 12 RBIs on the summer. No balls, 1 strike to Andrew Keck with 2 away. Playing left field here today. Seen him behind the plate, played a little right field. First time we've seen him in left. Very good athlete. 6'3", 200 pounds. Out of Southeast Missouri State. The 1-1 from Poulos, just a bit low. Again, this game, the makeup from July 19th when we got through an inning and then storms came and put a halt to things. We're just starting from scratch here. Fresh, clean slate, new ball game. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Keck. So Poulos has surrendered the run, but trying to get Keck here to end the inning, turn things over to his offense. The 2-2 is hit to right field. On to get that one in right field is Colin Parrish for the 3rd out. So 1 run in the inning for the Hoots on the RBI ground out by Nick Neville. 12 RBIs for him on the summer. Gems coming to bat. 1-0 Hoots here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. One nothing Hoots as we head to the bottom of the first. Gems coming to bat. Read you through their lineup. They come into this ball game 8, 11, and 1. Tommy Woods leads things off. Then Tate Wargo, Ryan Malzahn, Kylan Cunningham, Josh Gibson, Matt Westfall, Gage Cruz, Jacob Gentry, and Colin Parrish. And they will face the right-hander out of Missouri Baptist, Jackson Keller. His last appearance on Saturday picked up a save in a Hoots win over the Gems. That was his first appearance out of the bullpen, making his 5th start of the summer. ERA right around 3.6.
Early aggressiveness here from Tommy. Had a rough day yesterday at the plate. 3-4 strikeouts on the day. Like to see Tommy being aggressive on a first pitch fastball, even though he lined it foul.
Just a bit out in front of it, but hit it well, lined it down the line. See what Keller goes to here on the second pitch of the ball game, facing Tommy Woods, who's found a home in this leadoff spot in this Gems order. An on-base machine towards the top of the leaderboard in terms of on-base percentage, getting on base an even 50% of the time. 1 ball, 1 strike, the offering from Keller. Good fastball, but it just missed down and in. 3 home runs on the summer for Tommy, 14 runs driven in, 11 runs scored. He's walked 21 times and just struck out 14. He puts that ball in play. Matt Staker on the first base. 1 up, 1 down for Keller. Take it around the horn for the Hoots. In left field is Andrew Keck. Chase Krogman is in center. Dominic Cusimano is in right. Matt Staker at third. Nick Neville at short. Luke Lampros at second. Matt Dunham at first. Ty Stouse behind the plate, catching Jackson Keller. So Woods grounds out to third base. And now the Akron Zip second baseman, Tate Wargo. On a bit of a chilly, I think we can say that, a chilly Tuesday morning here in early August. Highs only are getting the mid-70s today. Boy, does that sound nice. 1 ball, no strikes to Tate Wargo, now 2-0. Had to break out the long sleeves this morning and actually felt comfortable wearing it. The 2-0 to Wargo. He's swinging and he hits that through the left side and a base hit. Staker might have just gotten a piece of leather on it, but it scoots in the left field for a base hit for Wargo.
Yeah, that's a great piece of hitting by Wargo. Saw it inside fastball and was able to just get enough of the barrel on it to drive it through that 6 hole on the left side of the infield. You know, we saw Tay Wargo make some really good plays out in the outfield yesterday. You wonder if the Gems, to try to get some offense going here, decide to use the running game to their ability with a good hitter in Malzahn at the plate.
Good contact hitter in Malzahn. Good speed on first with Wargo. He bluffs the steal on the first pitch. Another ball hit to third. They're going to try to turn 2, 5, 4, and 3. Roll it up. Keller faces the minimum in the first. He races the base hit by Wargo on a double play on the next pitch. We're through 1. Hoots lead it 1-0 here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. We want to take this time to thank our proud sponsor, Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or head to itcscrap.com. The first pitch to Matt Dunham is a strike on the outside corner. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. A run in the first inning for the Hoots. They lead at 1-0. And another good pitch on the outside corner. Poulos paints back-to-back fastballs facing Matt Dunham. So 4 of the first 5 hitters in the Hoots lineup, left-handed, facing the lefty Poulos. The 0-2 coming from the Holy Cross commit. Went with the breaking ball, missed away, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I'd like to see these next 3 hitters in the Hoots lineup be aggressive. These are 3 guys who have had some rough starts to the season, all averages below 200, so you'd like to see them be aggressive early in the count, hunting fastballs.
That's chopped up the middle. Josh Gibson plays the hop and fires on the first, gets Dunham by a step. Oh, it's fun to watch Josh Gibson play second base. Those 2 cousins on the left side of the infield, Gibson and Tommy Woods, those 2 are fun to watch when they're on their game.
Yeah, that was a good play right there by Gibson. Got the big, long hop up in the air and then composed himself, settled, and made a strong, accurate throw over to first base.
So the first is retired, and now Tyler Bastunas, the designated hitter, digs in. Out of Timberland High School, SIUE. Lake St. Louis, Missouri native. Does some pitching as well, 2-way player. Hitting 6th, serving as a designated hitter. And he hits that one to third, and Tommy throws on to first, a low throw, and it's not dug out by Cruz. Throwing error on Woods as he spiked that throw over to first base, and Bastunas is on base.
And I know that error is going to go on the third baseman and Woods right there, but you're a first baseman playing on the turf field. You got to have that. That wasn't even a short hop. That's an easy hop. You can read that. Keep it in front. You had 3-4 steps on the runner there. Keep it in front. Try to grab that baseball, and play it on the hop. You got to do a better job as a first baseman.
Tough error there for Woods here with 1 out, but Poulos can erase it if he can roll a double play right here. Ty Stouse, the 7th place hitter, wearing number 7, hitting from the left side. The first pitch is down low. So the second base runner for the Hoots, leadoff double by Krogman in the first. He came around to score. The error on the third baseman, Woods, puts a runner on first base. Bastunas with 1 away. And Stouse fouls that one out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
1-1 count now. Probably going to get a fastball if you're Stouse at the plate. Look how deep Tommy Woods is playing at third base. Big hole on that left side of the infield. Why not lay one down? You got a left-handed pitcher on the mound, too. That's a tough play for him to make.
Stouse, yeah, Stouse runs very well as well. Very good athlete. Although primarily a catcher, he runs very, very well. The 1-1 is in the dirt. Not a lot of small ball in this league. We've seen some teams lay down some bunts, a couple of squeeze plays we've seen on. For the most part, guys are swinging away, but with the infield back, you wonder if the third baseman back, Woods, if Stouse might try to put one down here. 2 balls, 1 strike. Short lead at first, the 2-1, down low. Pulos struggling to find the strike zone here against Stouse. Outfield pretty much straight away. The left fielder, Gentry, very shallow. The 3-1 from Pulos. Down low, couple straight base runners for the Hoots. Runners on first and second with 1 away. And that brings in the Division III Gold Glover at Webster University, Matt Staker. Playing third base, hitting 8th for the Hoots here this afternoon. So an error and now a walk have put a couple runners on base, and now Pulos will have to work his way out of this mini jam here, and Staker hits that one well to right center. But Parrish is there. Bastunas tags. The throw from right field is cut off by Gibson. Bastunas advances to third. Runners on the corners, 2 away.
It's a good play there by the right fielder, just making sure he hits a cutoff man there in Gibson. You don't want that ball to fly over the third baseman to, get into foul territory or, short hop it or anything like that. You want to hit that cutoff man right in the head, and that's exactly what he did. And a lot of times from outfielders, you want to throw through the cutoff man because then you have the opportunity to possibly get that runner at third if your throw is strong enough. If not, you cut it off, and that's exactly what Gibson did.
Almost try to throw it right at the brim of their hat. Just throw it right head level with the cutoff man. There's a swing and a miss by Lampros. No balls, 1 strike. Luke Lampros, the Harris Stowe Hornet, hitting 9th in this order. No balls, 1 strike. The offering is a called strike on the inside corner. No balls, 2 strikes. Pulos trying to strand a couple of runners on base if he can get Lampros right here. Lampros, 227 hitter coming into play, getting on base just over 41% of the time, playing his 11th game. The 0-2 outside. Haven't had a chance to take you around the horn for the Gems just yet, so we'll do that real quick. Jacob Gentry is in left, Kylan Cunningham in center, Colin Parrish in right, Tommy Woods at third, Josh Gibson at short, Tate Wargo at second, Gage Cruz at first, Matt Westfall catching Gus Pulos. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here it comes. Just a bit outside, count goes even. Fastball just a bit off the outside corner. So 0-2 count, followed by a couple straight balls, and now 2 balls, 2 strikes. The runner goes, pitches outside. The throw from Westfall is high and goes into center field. And Bastunas is going to score the second run of the game for the Hoots. 2-0. That's stolen base by Stouse, brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for healthy living, youth development, social responsibility. Bastunas scores to make it 2-0. And now another runner in scoring position. A 2-out RBI opportunity for Luke Lampros. He's worked the count full at 3-2. Here comes the full count offering. Swing and a miss. Pulos got him on the breaking ball. Lampros swings through it. Hoots have tallied a run in each of the first 2 innings. They lead it 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the second here in Carstio Collegiate League TV. A little morning baseball for you. Thank you for joining us. We'll have the bottom of the second right after this. Jackson Keller threw 8 pitches to get through the first inning. He'll face Kylan Cunningham, Josh Gibson, and Matt Westfall here in the second. 2-0, Hoots on top. They've gotten 1 run in each of the first 2 innings. And the first pitch to Kylan Cunningham is a ball low. They're shifting on Cunningham. The shortstop Neville playing just to the left of the second base bag. The second baseman Lampros and ball just missed. Wow. The umpire flinched as if he was going to call it a strike, but held back at the last second. 2 balls, no strikes.
He checked down with the first base umpire like Kylan Cunningham offered. He didn't even move his hands from his shoulders.
There's a good breaking ball in there for a strike.
And that's the exact same spot. Don't know how it wasn't called a strike pitch before.
Some things just are better left unanswered. 2 balls, 1 strike to Cunningham. There's a called strike.
And that ball was a little bit more outside the zone.
Makeup call, maybe? Count goes even at 2-2 on Cunningham. The 2-2 coming from Jackson Keller. And that's roped into center field and a well-struck base hit for Kylan Cunningham. Boy, he got every stitch of that baseball.
Hey, that's a guy right there who says, you know what? Who cares who's calling balls and strikes behind the dish? Let me do it myself and just see a fastball, drive it right back up the box. You know, Kylan Cunningham's got speed, man. He really does. But that was a sweet swing. Just let that baseball get deep, and he just drove it right back up the box. Great piece of hitting.
He's got one of the sweeter left-handed swings in this league. He's one of the more fun watches in this league. Last inning, a throw to first. It was close, but Dunham dropped the baseball. Cunningham likely would have been safe regardless, but Dunham dropped the baseball, so nothing doing there. No balls, 1 strike to Gibson. Another check on Cunningham. He's back in safely. Josh Gibson has been a doubles machine so far this summer. He's got 7 of them on the summer. For his 12 hits, a home run, 4 singles. 2/3 of his hits have gone for extra bases. No balls, 2 strikes. Hitting in the 5 spot just ahead of Matt Westfall on deck, the catcher. Couple of base hits for the Gems so far. The first one was he raced on a double play, inning-ending double play, and that Gibson. And Cunningham's going to swipe second on the wild pitch. Fastball just got away from Keller and sailed all the way to the backstop, and now the double play possibility is erased. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Josh Gibson. 2-0 ball game here in the bottom of the second. A run in the first 2 innings for the Hoots. They lead at 2-0. That's chop foul. Gibson trying to do a job here. At least move Cunningham up to third base. He's going to have to do it in a 2-strike count.
And he's going to have to do it thinking opposite field. These last 2 swings, ground a ball down the left field line and foul, and then that one just got a piece of an off-speed pitch on the outer third of the plate. Take that pitch where it's pitched and take it to right field.
Another 1-2. He looks at a ball low. Good plate discipline there to lay off.
As you hit a ball on the left side of the infield, Kylan's got a freeze on a line drive or a ground ball. You hit anything to the right side of the field, big gap between that first and second base hole. Kylan's going to get to third.
Second baseman Lamprost keeps an eye on Cunningham. The 2-2. Check swing, and he held up. Just in the nick of time, held the swing back.
A lot of guys talk about productive outs. No outs here. A runner on second base, an important run right there sitting at second base to try to get you guys on the board here in the second inning. Got to make a productive out at least if you can't get a base hit.
Cunningham takes off for third. The ground ball is to third base. And on to first with it is Staker rather for the first out. So they put the runner in motion and it paid off. Cunningham advances to third.
As if Kylan's not in motion
No.
right there. That plays right in front of him. Easy tag for any infielder on the left side of the infield. So, you know, luck of the draw right there, but a great piece of execution right there by Gibson, getting the barrel on the baseball and putting it in play.
Put the ball in play in a full count, worked a 7-pitch at bat. So he grounds out but advances the runner to third base. And Matt Staker has been busy over there at third base. Every ball except the base hit by Cunningham has been hit in his direction. They call it the hot corner for a reason. No balls, 1 strike to Matt Westfall, the power hitting catcher from Quincy University. He's launched a couple balls out of the ballpark this summer. 281 hitter, slugging right at 500. The 0-1. Good breaking ball in there for a strike. So he went fastball and then breaking ball. See what he goes to here, 0-2. Does he go back to the fastball or double up on the breaking ball? We'll find out in a few short seconds. Infield in. Trying to keep the runner at third base. The 0-2. Breaking ball, he doubled up on it. Missed that one down and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cunningham on third base. He was running on the previous pitch, or the previous batter rather, when Gibson grounded out to third base. So he's on third base, 1 away. Matt Westfall trying to put the ball in the outfield, get himself an RBI. Big gap in right center. The 1-2 is hit that way, and Matt Westfall is going to tie this ball game. A 2-run bomb to right center. 3rd home run of the summer for Matt Westfall, and we got a tie ball game, 2-2.
That was a good piece of hitting right there. Went down and kind of got that one a little bit too. Was able to get the hands inside the baseball and just Oppo Taco right there. Just good piece of hitting there, right there by Matt Westfall. You talked about the power before his at-bat started, and you can see it right there. Use the bottom half and just drive that pitch to that power alley in right field. We've talked about it multiple times over the last couple of days. You put a ball in the air over there to right field, it's going to carry, and probably get out of here in a hurry.
So Matt Westfall cranks his 3rd home run, an absolute bomb onto the clubhouse, almost cleared the clubhouse out in right center. So many opposite field home runs this summer from right-handed hitters going towards right center. Another one there for Westfall. Give him 3 homers, 6 runs driven in, and 9 runs scored on the summer. He now has 4 extra base hits to make up his 10 hits. Now here's a guy who can launch the ball out of the ballpark. If you remember a couple weeks ago when this game was originally played, in the bottom of the 1st, Gage Cruz hit a 2-run homer to right center, and he cranks that one to right, and that's going to go off the wall. Bangs in front of Cusimano, dies in front of him, and Cruz is going to head into second with a double. With 1 away, almost the same spot he hit that home run as I was in the middle of a story, and Cruz just says, I'm going to crank one off the right field wall. But if you remember in that ball game on July 19th, Cruz hit a 2-run homer, and then immediately after the storms came in and caused the cancellation of that game. So he almost made up for it there with another one, but another 10 feet to the left, he would have had another home run. There's a called strike to Jacob Gentry, and again, those stats from that game are wiped, having restarted this ball game.
That's about the same spot where Cruz hit one off the wall yesterday and right.
Hit one off the car shield sign yesterday. That one just a bit to the left, but similar exit velocity, similar launch angle. Gets 2 bases on this one instead of just 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Jacob Gentry after the 1-out double by Cruz. And the Central Methodist Eagle chops that one to third. Boy, Staker has been a busy man over there at third base, and he fires on to first for the 2nd out.
How about the awareness right there from Staker to look back the runner at second base before he sets to make that throw? That is, a really high IQ play to make sure that, you're not allowing runners to advance or try to trick you up. He did everything right on that play. Makes a strong and accurate throw over to first base.
That's great fundamental baseball. Sometimes you'll see runners on second base starts to creep, and if they see the third baseman not looking back, as soon as they let that ball go, they'll take off for third, take an extra bag, but Staker made sure that didn't happen. He's a Gold Glover at the Division III level for a reason, primarily a shortstop, but playing third base primarily in this league. Great fundamental baseball there. 1 ball, no strikes to Colin Parrish, now 1-1. Called strike on the outside corner. Back-to-back multi-hit games for Colin Parrish since switching teams. Went from the Falcons to the Gems, and he's paid dividends for Justin Paulson out of the 9 spot. Playing right field once again. He fouls that one back. Falcons outfield getting a bit clogged out there. The Gems needed an outfielder, so Justin Paulson's like, I'll take Mr. Parrish, and Parrish heads from the Falcons to the Gems. And since then, back-to-back games, multiple hits. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the Quincy University outfielder. And he hits that one foul and out of play. As it bangs onto the bleachers just down the left field line. Box seats go all the way to the end of the dugouts here at Carshield Field, and then bleachers there on out. More box seats down the right field line, and then grassy area down the left field line up until the foul pole. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Parrish. Swing and a miss. Parrish goes down on strikes. The Gems get those 2 runs back. A 2-run shot for Matt Westfall, his 3rd homer. Ties the ball game at 2. Cam will tell you about the middle innings. We head to the 3rd, all knotted up at 2 here on Carshield Collegiate League TV.
Welcome back to Carshield Field here in O'Fallon, Missouri. A tie ball game as we move to the top of the 3rd inning. 2-2. The Hoots and the Gems are tied as the top of the order is due up for the Hoots in the top of the 3rd. Gus Puyos going into his 3rd inning of work as Chase Krogman digs in. The center fielder swings and fouls one back for the first strike of this at-bat. Krogman doubled to lead off this game, later scored, and he was driven in by his teammate Dominic Cusimano, who awaits on deck. Lefty on lefty matchup. Here's the 0-1. Fastball missed inside and low, evens up the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Paulson, a member of the Chicago White Sox organization, was drafted back in the 34th round of the 2019 MLB Amateur Draft. Here's the 1-1. Fastball inside corner. Home plate umpire Justin Robinson said it was a little bit too low. So count runs to 2 balls, 1 strike. Krogman's having a big summer here with the Hoots as the off-speed pitch misses outside to run the count to 3 balls and 1 strike. Coming into this game, a .429 average and 21 hits and 49 at-bats for Krogman. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a line drive into right field. That'll get past the first baseman into right for a base hit. So 2 for 2 on the day for Chase Krogman. That brings in Dominic Cusimano. Cusimano flew out to center field back in the 1st inning, but did register an RBI as he drove in Chase Krogman. Cusimano hitting just over 200 coming into the contest. Here's the first offering to him. Swinging a line drive down the right field line, but it'll hit the bricks into foul territory and out of play. Cusimano heading to Indiana State University this fall. Of course, a great program in the Missouri Valley Conference that always competes at the top of that conference with teams like Missouri State University. Here's the 0-1. Off-speed pitch swung on and fanned by Cusimano for strike 2.
Pulos saw that Cusimano was out front on that first pitch, and he dropped a breaking ball on him. Cusimano was even more out in front of it. Does he think Cusimano is expecting that breaking ball again, or is he sitting fastball? It's all game of matchups, trying to keep the hitters off balance, see what he goes to 0-2.
Here's the payoff pitch from Gus Puyos. Fastball missed low at the feet of Cusimano for ball one. Nick Neville, the shortstop, awaits on deck. He grounded out in his last at-bat. Outfield straightaway, infield pinched up towards the middles for a double play ball. No outs and a 1-2 count. Here's the pitch to Cusimano in the dirt. Krogman caught between first and second, but the catcher will drop that baseball, and Krogman will wisely head back to first.
On that pitch, if you don't get a great jump initially, just take your medicine, head back to first, and live to fight another day. No risk, no sense in risking it with nobody out.
So 2 balls and 2 strikes now, and no outs in the top of the third inning. Lefty on lefty matchup. Puyos against Cusimano. Here's the pitch. Fastball inside. Cusimano thought about offering, but held up wisely to run the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Good at bat here by Cusimano, working it back from 0-2, taking a couple of close pitches. Now he's got a battle in a 3-2 count, not done yet.
Krogman grabs his lead off at first base. Here's the set and the pitch. Swinging a tapper softly on the right side, fielded cleanly by the first baseman. Second baseman will cover, and the first baseman tried to tag himself, and he's out. Oh, my goodness. Field umpire Eric Backus made the call, but Cusimano was at the bag before the first baseman was even there. My goodness.
Boy, he looked safe. He was, might be a missed one there.
So that'll go 1 unassisted in the books and brings in Nick Neville with a runner on second base as Chase Krogman advanced on the batted ball. So 1 out and a runner on second as Puyos will step off the mound to reset. Neville 0 for 1 on the day. Grounded out back in the first. Here's the first offering from Puyos. Fastball right down mainstream, called strike 1. Puyos has been around the zone almost all day, but the Hoots have just played picture-perfect baseball through the first couple innings at the dish, just doing their job at the plate, moving runners over. Here's the 0-1, off-speed pitched, gets in there on the outside corner for strike 2, so now with 2 strikes and a runner on second, Nick Neville is going to have to try to protect and come up with a productive at-bat. Kylan Cunningham straight away in center, right fielder just about 3 or 4 steps from the track and right in Parrish. We're going to check him back. Is Puyos at second, but nothing going as Krogman gets back easily. Puyos is ready on the hill. Comes the 0-2 to the left-handed Neville. Swing and a fly ball into left field. Going back is Gentry, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. So Nick Neville not able to drive a ball in the gaps to score Krogman. So with 2 outs, Andrew Keck will try to do the job. Keck flew out to right field in his first at-bat. Of course, Keck, a Division I player at Southeast Missouri State University. Great defensive catcher and can do it at the dish as well. Takes a first pitch ball on the outer third for ball 1. Hoots would love to trade places here with Keck and Krogman. Have an opportunity to take the lead here in the top of the third. 2 outs and a 1-0 count to the right-handed Keck. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside. Called the ball. So count evens up, or count runs rather, to 2 balls and no strikes. Awaiting on deck, Matt Dunham. Puyos will look back Krogman at second. Sets, here's the pitch. Off-speed pitch missed low, blocked in the dirt, and that will hold Krogman at bay at second. So 3 balls and no strikes, and now Puyos is losing a little bit of control. Going through the meat of this order for the Hoots. Right now at the 4 spot, Andrew Keck. Matt Dunham awaits on deck, and Tyler Baustis, the DH, in the 6 spot. And 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a pop-up that'll get out of play and foul over the porch and right. A 2-2 tie ball game here in the top of the third. 2 outs and a 3-1 count to the Hoots left fielder, Andrew Keck. Puyos trying to work out of trouble here in the third and keep this game tied at 2 apiece. Here's the pitch. Fastball is flown up on the infield. Looks like Dunham at first will have room and make the catch for the out. So no runs on a base hit, no errors in the field by the Gems. We move to the bottom of the third inning. It's a tie ball game here at CarShield Field. You're listening to Hoots Baseball on the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network and CarShield Collegiate League TV. Bottom of the third inning here at CarShield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. It's the Hoots and the Gems here in the CarShield Collegiate League. And the top of the order due up for the Gems here in the third. It's Tommy Woods against Jackson Keller. Woods takes a first pitch fastball inside for ball 1. Tommy having a rough couple of ABs here in the last couple of days, 0 for his last 5. Here's the 0-1, misses in the dirt. Evens up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Tommy grounded out the third baseman in the first inning, but did have a good at-bat, worked a couple of pitches. We'll see what he can do here. Here's the 1-1 from Jackson Keller. Fastball inside corner, called strike. It's a 2-2 ball game here in the top of the third inning. Tommy Woods trying to get it started off for the Gems. Tate Wargo awaits on deck. Here's the 1-2. Fastball swung on a miss, and Tommy is struck down on strikes. Or no, he's tied up at 1 ball, 2 strikes. So it is 3 strikes, a strikeout, not 2. Here's the 1-2. And Tommy almost offered at it, but he held up. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Gems' third baseman, Tommy Woods. Jackson Keller trying to get a punch out to start the third. Here's the kick in the deal. Off-speed pitch misses low, and Tommy Woods is on with a walk.
I think we missed I think we thought what was a strike was likely a ball. So our apologies there.
Thanks, Charlie.
Our producer, Charlie Bornoff, of course, but not to throw anybody under the bus, of course.
Gotta love him. So Tommy Woods is on with a leadoff walk. That brings in Tate Wargo. Takes a first pitch fastball inside for a ball. Ryan Malzahn waits on deck, and this is the meat of this Quincy Gems lineup coming up. Keller delivers the 1-0 inside, missed for a ball. So 2 balls and no strikes to the second baseman for the Gems today, Tate Wargo. He's 1 for 1, singled, but was a part of that inning double play. So he was left on the bags. 2-0 right down mainstream, gets in there for a strike, and now the count is 2 balls and 1 strike to Tate Wargo. Akron Zip playing his normal position today obviously an infielder, but has played some center field this year for the Gems. Here's a 2-1. Fastball misses low and outside to make it 3 balls and 1 strike. We'll see if the Gems try to get the runners going here. 3-1. Tommy takes off his lead at first. He's going to fake the run down to second, but anyway, the pitch is a ball, and Tate Wargo takes a walk. That's back-to-back base on balls for the Gems, and that brings in the dangerous Ryan Malzahn.
You know what he can do with runners on base. This is not the situation you want to be facing this guy in. RBI chance, tie a ball game, middle innings. Chance to give his Gems some momentum, get him some lead, and get him some momentum going into the middle of this ball game.
First offering from Keller misses low for a ball. Malzahn heading to Southeast Missouri State University this fall. He's 0 for 1 today, but did do some damage yesterday with a big fly. Curveball inside corner misses for ball 2. And Keller's having a tough time finding the zone.
That was a close pitch right there, but when you're not around the zone, you're probably not going to get those 50-50 calls. Usually going to go the hitter's way when you're struggling to find the zone.
Here's a 2-0. Fastball missed upstairs at the eyes to Malzahn, and now the count is run to 3 balls and no strikes. Kylan Cunningham awaits on deck for the Gems. He singled and scored back in the second, so Jackson Keller doesn't have anybody to pitch around. Here's a 3-0. Fastball missed low, and that's 3 straight walks for Jackson Keller to load up the bags. And here comes Joe Lincoln, the head coach of the Hoots, have a conversation with his pitcher and catcher.
It's uncharacteristic of Keller. Usually a guy that throws a lot of strikes, doesn't walk a lot of guys. The strikeout to walk ratio over 2-1 coming into play. Just sometimes there's just those innings where you just can't find your command and you don't really know why. It just kind of gets all over the place. You just got to harness it, get back into yourself, trust in what you do well, and just get back in the strike zone. It's a lot easier said than done, but Keller's a good pitcher. He knows how to throw strikes. You hear a lot of fans and people yelling, "Just throw strikes." Yeah, well, what do you think I'm trying to do? It's a lot harder than it looks.
Some action going in the Hoots bullpen. So you wonder how much of a leash Jackson Keller is going to get. Here's the first offering to Kylan Cunningham. Fastball missed outside to the left-handed Cunningham for ball 1. Bases are loaded, a 2-2 ball game here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And that's a strike right down mainstream, evens it up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Cunningham would love another base knock here. Here's the 1-1. Fastball outside corner, called strike. Waiting on deck, Josh Gibson. He's 0 for 1 today. Kylan Cunningham trying to cash in. Here's the 1-2 from Keller. Curveball driven to the second baseman. He'll field it, go to second for 1, on to first, in time for a double play, but not before. Tommy Wood scores and allows the Gems to go on top 3-2.
Not the result Cunningham was asking for, but at least a run comes home. No RBI for Cunningham, of course, on the double play, but at least that gives the Gems the lead. And if you're the Hoots right now, if you're Jackson Keller, you'll gladly trade 2 outs for a run.
So 2 outs now with Josh Gibson at the dish. 1 runner on. As Gibson takes a fastball outside for a ball. Gibson is 0 for 1 today, grounded out to the third baseman back in the second. Here's the pitch. Flies it up and foul over the press box here at Carshield Field. So after the ground ball double play, the Gems lead 3-2 in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here's the 1-1. Pitch missed outside. Gibson did not offer. So the count runs to 1-2. He did offer. So 2 outs, a 1-2 count to Josh Gibson. Here's the pitch from Keller. Fastball swung on and missed. And Gibson sits down on strikes for the first time today. but not before the Gems load the bases and cash in with 1 run on no hits and no errors in the field for the Hoots. Gems lead 3-2 as we head to the 4th. You're listening to Hoots Baseball on the Car Shield Collegiate League Radio Network and Car Shield Collegiate League TV. We move to the top of the 4th inning here at Car Shield Field, in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Hoots and Gems playing the first of our doubleheader this afternoon. Gems were able to play to run in the bottom of the 3rd inning as they got the bases to be juiced, and Kylan Cunningham hit into a ground ball double play. That scored a run, and they now lead 3-2. So Gus Puyos gets to pitch with the lead for the first time today. He faces 5, 6, and 7 in the Hoots order. Here's the first offering to Matt Dunham, the first baseman. Takes a off-speed pitch on the outer 3rd for a ball. Tyler Bastunis waits on deck. Matt Dunham is 0 for 1 today. Takes a fastball low for a ball. Sun continuing to beam on this turf field at Car Shield Collegiate Field. And here comes the 2-0 to the left-handed Matt Dunham. Fastball missed low, and just like that, Puyos has fallen behind 3 balls and no strikes. You would hope for the Gems' sake that he finds the zone. Here's a 3-0. Fastball swung on and fouled down the left field line. Interesting that Dunham had the green light right there.
He's been really swinging the bat well as of late. A few home runs the last few games and their last week or so, and he's been swinging the bat well. Trailing by 1 in the middle innings. You don't mind him cutting it loose on 3-0. He's got big-time pop.
3-1 is driven into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit and go all the way to the wall. Dunham's going to round first. He'll be into second with the leadoff double here in the top of the 4th inning.
Just a fantastic piece of hitting right there. Got a fastball in the outer 3rd, and on a 3-1 count, maybe not the exact pitch you're looking for, but Dunham drives the ball well the other way and picks himself up a leadoff double, and see if the Hoots can answer.
So that'll bring in Tyler Bastunis, the designated hitter today. He's 0 for 1. Reached on an error back in the 2nd. Got a runner on second base and no outs in the top of the 4th. Here's the first offering to him. Swung on and fouled over the dugout down the right field line and foul. So 0-1 on the count. No outs here in the top of the 4th inning. Hoots looking to tie this ball game up with a runner in scoring position, trailing by 1. Here's the 0-1, swung on and lifted on the right side of the infield, going into foul territory. The first baseman and second baseman, but they can't get there in time, and that ball drops between them, foul. So no balls and 2 strikes on the count to Tyler Bastunis, who coming into this contest was hitting just a measly 146 on the year. The left-handed Ty Stouse awaits on deck. Outfield straight away. Gibson covering behind the runner just in case he bites back to second. Here's the 0-2 from Puyos. Hit him in the helmet, and he's going to be on with a hit by pitch. You just hope that Tyler Bastunas is okay. Trainers coming to check on him, as well as his head coach, Joe Lincoln. Obviously not something there that Puyos meant to do, was trying to probably just lost grip on that baseball. That's a tough position.
Yeah. That's going to happen from time to time. When you're a pitcher and you let that ball go and it's sailing high up and in, you just hold your breath and you just hope it doesn't hit him in the helmet. Sometimes it does. Pitches get away, it's going to happen. But that's a good job right here to have a mound visit here, trying to calm down Poulos. He hates to hit Bastunas in the head, but it's just a mistake. It gets away. It was an 0-2 pitch, yes, but mistakes are going to happen. You're going to hit guys, and that's just how you rebound from it. And Bastunas looks like he's okay, thankfully.
So it'll be runners on first and second with no outs here in the top of the fourth inning. And Ty Stouse to the plate.
There's some action down there in the Gems bullpen. Looks like Kyle Fowler getting loose down there just in case Poulos can't get out of this inning.
There's been a threat almost every inning for both of these teams at the dish, and they're just kind of going pound for pound in the last couple of innings. You wonder what the Hoots can do now. They trail by 1 with runners on first and second, and their 7-hole hitter in Ty Stouse due up. Number 7 digs in from the left side. Here's the pitch, misses at the eyes from the left-handed Gus Puyos for ball 1. Matt Stacker awaits on deck. He's 0 for 1 today. A lot of room in the gaps here if Stouse can get a hold of one. Here's the 1-0 right down mainstream for strike 1. So count evens up at 1 ball, 1 strike. Left fielder and Gentry will take a couple of steps in. Here's the 1-1. Fastball is lifted into left field. Well, camp is Gentry, and he'll make the catch for the out. So right before that pitch, he takes a couple of steps to his left, and good job by him being in the right position at the right time. So Matt Staker due up to the plate, third baseman today. Made some great defensive plays already in the field, but has not cashed in at the dish. He's 0 for 1, so he would love to get in on the action. This is first offering to him. This one's lined back up the box. Gibson's got it to flip to second. Oh, what a play on the first.
Whoa.
Double played in the inning. What
baby.
a play by Josh Gibson to get it over to Wargo and in time to first for an inning-ending 6-4-3 double play. No runs, no hits, no errors in this inning. We move to the bottom of the fourth. It's a 3-2 lead for the Gems over the Hoots. 6, 7, 8 due up in the Gems order here in the bottom of the 4th inning. It'll go Matt Westfall, Gage Cruz, and Jacob Gentry. Westfall has already gone yard today. 2-run blast as he swings at the first pitch he sees. Skies into the left field. Keck going over, and he's going to make the catch at the track for out number 1.
You might have been able to hear the communication there. I'm not sure who yelled it. Maybe it sounded like Matt Dunham, the first baseman, yelling, "You got room, got room." Sometimes as an outfielder, that wall is very, very close to the foul line down there. You don't know exactly where you are. You have a feel. You've played the outfield before. You know about how close you are, but good communication there by the Hoots, letting Keck know he had room. Doesn't need to worry about running into that brick wall. That wouldn't feel good, but he had plenty of room to make that catch.
In steps Gage Cruz, and he's got a hot bat. Takes a first pitch off speed, outer third for strike 1. Saw him lace a couple of balls around the field yesterday, and then today is already 1 for 1 with a double off the wall and right. Here's another swing and a line drive down the right field line. That's another base hit for Gage Cruz. He's rounding first hard, but he will stay there as a strong throw comes from the right fielder Parrish into second to keep Cruz at first.
Man, when he hits the ball, it is loud contact. Even that just little line drive there, boy, he is hitting the ball hard right now, pulling the ball with authority.
So it brings in Jacob Gentry, a left fielder today for the Gems. He's 0 for 1, grounded out in his last AB. He squares to bunt, but it's bunted foul right at the plate. We talked about the small ball not really being used all that much in this league, but there you see it. Jacob Gentry tried to go ahead and lay it down and see what he could do.
And try your luck. Why not?
So 0-1 on the count now to Jacob Gentry, the left fielder. A 3-2 lead for the Gems. They're trying to add to it. 1 out. Here's the pitch, missed inside to Gentry. So count runs to 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out and a runner on first and Gage Cruz. Cruz takes his lead off from first. Keller comes set. Here's the kick and the deal. Misses low. Fastball couldn't catch the zone. Middle infield pinched in for a double play ball. Keller will check back the runner at first, but Cruz slides back safely with ease. Colin Parrish waits on deck, and if the Gems can push it there, back to the top of the order and Tommy Woods. Here's the 2-1. Fastball driven down the left field line. Base hit past the diving glove of Staker. Into third goes Gage Cruz. Here's the throw, the tag, and he is out.
Woo!
What a relay from the left fielder in Keck to Neville, who let it go through to Staker, and the tag was in time for the out.
How about the catcher showing off the arm in left field? Boy, an absolute strike to third base, and good piece of hitting there by Gentry, keeping his hands inside the baseball, keeping that fair down the left field line. That's not an easy thing to do on an inside pitch like that, but just a great baseball play all around. Nice piece of hitting by Gentry. A very nice defensive play by Keck, gunning the runner down at third base.
So it'll be a single and advance on the throw for Gentry. Now brings in Colin Parrish, the left-handed hitter. Takes a first pitch fastball outside for ball 1. Gems still have an opportunity to add an extra insurance run right now with Jacob Gentry standing on second base. 2 outs. Here's the 1-0. Fastball got away from Keller, missed outside for a ball. Parrish is 0 for 1 today, struck out back in the second. Here comes a 2-0 from Keller. Fastball missed low, and Keller's having some issues finding the zone again. Now you've got some patient hitters coming up, and Tommy Woods, Tate Wargo, those guys aren't going to swing at anything in the dirt. Here's the 3-0. Fastball outside. Called strike as Colin Parrish swings after the ball was into the mid of the catcher.
Man, this guy, that is Colin Parrish to a T.
Gotta love it. Here's the 3-1. Fastball. This one's really hacked on and missed by Parrish. He didn't leave anything in the tank on that one.
No, he let it rip. 3-1, let it eat, big dog.
Here's a set and the payoff pitch from Keller. Swing and a foul ball. It gets onto the concourse and foul. So Parrish trying to roll it back over to the top of the order, but most importantly, stay alive and try to drive in his teammate in Jacob Gentry, who sits on second base. Here's the 3-2. Fastball grounded to shortstop, backhanded by the shortstop and Neville to throw to first in time to end the inning. Nice play by Neville to backhand it and make a strong throw over to first. So no runs on a base hit, no errors in the field by the Hoots. We move to the top of the fifth inning. It's a 3-2 lead for the Gems over the Hoots on the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network and CarShield Collegiate League TV. We move to the top of the fifth inning here at CarShield Collegiate Field in the CarShield Collegiate League. Luke Lampros followed by Chase Krogman and Dominic Cusimano in the top of the fifth for the Hoots. It's a 3-2 lead for the Gems over the Hoots as Gus Puyos goes into his fifth inning of work. First pitch is fouled off to the right of the screen and foul by Luke Lampros. Lampros is 0 for 1 today, struck out back in the second. Came into the contest donning a .227 average. Here's the 0-1 to the right-handed Lampros. Swing and a line drive through the 6-hole, a base hit. Great piece of hitting by Luke Lampros. Saw the fastball, identified it, got the barrel on it, and just drove it right through the 6-hole between Gibson and Woods.
And he was out in front of it just a little bit, but he had enough. Trusted his hands just enough to stay back on that ball just long enough to get a good piece of it. Just drive it right through the empty hole.
So that's a base hit for Luke Lampros, and now Chase Krogman tries to continue what already has been a good day for the Chicago White Sox prospect. He's 2 for 2 today. His first offering to him. Fastball is lifted into right field. That'll get down in front of Parrish for a base hit. He'll cut it off and throw into Wargo, and runners will stay at bay at first and second. Boy, is Chase Krogman seeing the ball well today.
Oh, man, he's been seeing the ball well the last few weeks. Seems like every ball game, 2 hits, 3 hits. The home runs haven't been there. He hasn't hit a home run, but he's just racking up the base hits like it's his day job.
And it's kind of funny if you look at the progression of Chase Krogman. When he started the White Sox organization, got to play with the GCL team in 2019, but only got 20 to 30 at-bats. So this is really where he's getting his work in right now. Here's the 3-2. In the dirt, and both runners advance. So first pitch ball to Dominic Cusimano in the dirt. It's a 3-2 lead for the Gems over the Hoots, but that is in jeopardy right now with no outs and Dominic Cusimano up to the plate. The Indiana State commit is 0 for 2 today, but does have an RBI. Here's the 1-0. Fastball missed outside to the left-handed Cusimano, and the count runs to 2 balls and no strikes. Of course, Dominic, the son of local sportscaster Frank Cusimano, who's in the stands today. Frank, a guy that's been the staple around the sports industry in St. Louis for quite some time. Of course, now the sports director at KSTK, and has always hosted the press box on 590 The Fan, KFNS. So great to see Frank out here today. Great to see Dominic, who's having a pretty good summer so far.
It's a bit of a slow start, but he's really starting to pick up the bat a little bit, really starting to swing the bat well. He puts the ball in play. Not a guy who's going to strike out a lot. The patient eye is always going to be there, but he's starting to swing the bat well.
Here's a 2-0. Fastball swung on and missed. It was upstairs, but Cusimano offered anyway. Cusimano's average might not be there, but he's been getting on base pretty well. A .347 on base percentage this year. Here comes the 2-1 offering from Gus Puyos to Cusimano. Missed in the dirt, blocked by Westfall to keep the runners at second and third. Talked about the power of Westfall, but he's a pretty good defensive catcher as well.
Big body behind the plate, too. He covers a lot of ground, takes up a lot of space.
So Tommy Woods even with the bag at third. Everybody else around the infield giving themselves some room. Here's the pitch, flown up on the infield, but it'll get out of play and foul over the press box here at CarShield Field. So now the count runs full to Dominic Cusimano. 3 balls and 2 strikes, no outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Who's trying to cash in on a couple of runners after they got on with back-to-back base hits. Here's a 3-2 to Cusimano. Fastball's driven into center field. Kylan Cunningham going back at the track, at the wall. Forget about it. Dominic Cusimano playing long ball here in the top of the 5th inning. Puts his team on top 5-3.
How about it, Dominic? Fantastic swing right there. Taking the ball to right center. That's his power alley, and just puts a great swing on a pitch right there. And we keep talking about it and talking about it. When you get a ball up in the air in right center, it's going to go, and that one just snuck over the right field wall.
So it's a 3-run home run for Dominic Cusimano, his first of the summer for the Hoots. And boy, did that get him out of what was a pretty big slump throughout the season this year. So that'll bring in Nick Neville, the shortstop today for the Hoots. He's 0 for 2 today. But now we'll have to try to start things back up with no outs here in the top of the 5th. Here's a first offering to him. He offers at it. Flown up on the infield. Westfall will come from behind the dish, throw his mask away, and make the catch for out number 1. Looks like we're going to have a change here. Justin Paulson coming out to have a conversation, and we will see who the new arm is for the Gems right after this. It's a 5-3 lead for the Hoots over the Gems in the top of the 5th inning. 1 out. We're back in a moment on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Hoots lead 5-3. So 3-0 the count, 1 out, no runners on here in the top of the fifth. 5-3 lead for the Hoots over the Gems. Swinging a tapper towards Tommy, goes off his glove and into left field for a base hit. Tommy Woods at third dove for that baseball into the 6 hole, but it went off his glove and into left field. That'll probably go down as a base hit. Would have been a lot of extraneous effort for Woods at third to make that play. So it's a base hit for Andrew Keck. The 4th hit of this inning for the Hoots brings in Matt Dunham, who doubled last inning but was left on the bases. Here's the first offering to him. Keck takes off for second. Here's the throw from Westfall, offline, and Andrew Keck has a stolen bag. That stolen bag brought to you by the O'Fallon YMCA, the Y for Youth Development, Healthy Living, and Social Responsibility. So now another runner in scoring position for the Hoots, and a chance to tack on one more. 1-0 on the count to the left-handed Matt Dunham. Here's the set from Fowler and the pitch. Keck takes off for third. Westfall with the throw. It goes into left field off the glove of Woods, and Keck is going to go on home. Here's the throw. Keck just gingerly comes home and scores the run. So it's 6-3 now as the Hoots score a run on Matt Westfall's error on the throw into left field. Wow. What a turn of events there.
Strange play right there. Keck swiped the bag and maybe thought that ball got down the line a little farther, and he was just sauntering on home and almost got himself thrown out.
So now Kyle Fowler will have to reset here. Here's a 3-0. This one's flown up on the infield. Woods giving chase into foul territory. Will he get there? Oh, what a basket catch from the pitcher in Kyle Fowler. My goodness. He was almost to the cutout of concrete in front of the Gems dugout, and he makes a basket catch. Wow.
What a catch. Who says pitchers aren't athletes? How about that play by Fowler?
So it'll go P1 in the books. The second out of the inning recorded. In steps Tyler Bastunis, who swings at the first pitch he sees and fouls it away for strike one.
About helping yourself out. Make a play for yourself.
Bastunis was hit by a pitch back in the 4th. Here's the 0-1. Fastball upstairs and inside at the eyes to the right-handed Bastunis for ball one. Bastunis, 146 average on the season in the designated hitter role today for the Hoots. Here's the 1-1. Fastball inside. Bastunis had to move out of the way of it, and it's ball two.
And so we've seen a couple times this summer when Bastunis has been the designated hitter, he'll come into the game and pitch. Later in the game, maybe we'll see him out of the bullpen later.
So 2 balls and 1 strike, 2 outs as Fowler winds and deals. Fastball is fouled over the Gems dugout into the netting and out of play. 6-3 lead for the Hoots over the Gems as they've scored 4 runs in this inning to take back the lead with charge. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Kyle Fowler will head to the dugout after striking out Tyler Bastunis, but not before the Hoots score 4 runs on 4 base hits. A couple of balls got knocked around the infield and the outfield, but now the home squad leading by 3 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning on the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network. We move to the bottom of the fifth inning. Top of the order due up for the Gems as the Hoots now have the lead 6-3 after they plated 4 runs in the top of the fifth inning. So Tommy Woods against Jackson Keller for the first AB at the bottom of the fifth. First pitch fastball misses inside to Tommy Woods for a ball. Tommy is 0 for 1 today, walked and scored back in the third. Here's a 1-0 to Tommy. Gets in there for strike one, evens up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. If the Gems want to claw back, it starts at the top with Tommy Woods, Tate Wargo, and Ryan Malzahn all due up this inning. Keller's shaking off his catcher. Now he's ready in the pitch. Swinging a long drive. Deep left center field. Going back to center fielder Krogman. Off the wall, it'll one-hop it. And Tommy will be on with the ground rule double.
Nice job by Tommy keeping the hands inside the baseball and just driving. He wanted the triple. He wanted 3 bases on that. Might have had it if that ball didn't bounce over the wall, but on this bouncy turf, it's going to hop over the wall if it lands anywhere close to it most of the time. So
Tommy seeing the ball well today, breaking out of his slump. He's got a walk and now a double to lead off the bottom of the fifth. Brings in Tate Wargo, the second baseman. He's 1 for 1 today with a walk. Keller sets and deals the first pitch to Wargo. Fastball outside corner, called strike. Ryan Malzahn awaits on deck. Malzahn's 0 for 1, but you know the power that's in his bat. 0-1 on the count to Tate Wargo. Here's the pitch from Keller. Fastball inside corner. Home plate umpire Justin Robinson said it was a little bit too far outside the black. So Woods will garner his lead at second. No coverage from second or short. Now second will creep just a little bit as Keller sets on the mound. Here's the pitch. Curveball caught the zone for strike number 2. So Wargo now will have to battle with 2 strikes. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the count to the Gems second baseman, Tate Wargo, as Tommy Woods sits at second base looking to come on home. Plenty of room in the outfield if Wargo can find a hole. Here's the pitch from Keller. Curveball missed outside. Great block behind the plate by Staus.
And Staus has been rock solid all summer long, blocking balls behind the plate. One of the better defensive catchers they've seen in terms of blocking baseballs. He can smother just about anything.
Of course, on this team with some experienced catchers in Andrew Keck and others that, of course, have helped Staus. Here's the pitch to Wargo, missed in the dirt. Bouncer blocked in front by Staus.
Staus a chance to get acclimated with Keck. They're going to be teammates at Southeast Missouri State, so getting a little more playing time, getting used to each other maybe a little bit earlier than they might have had they not been playing in this league.
3 balls, 2 strikes on the count to Tate Wargo. Here's the payoff pitch from Keller. Fastball grounded right back off the box, off the mound, fielded cleanly by the second baseman, but not in time as Tate Wargo will be on with the base hit, and runners are now at the corners now with no outs in the bottom of the fifth inning, and the 3-hole hitter, Ryan Malzahn, due up.
Not sure if Keller kicked that or that hit the rubber, but either way, it probably took away an RBI from Wargo. If that ball gets up the middle, Woods is scoring easily. That ball gets into the outfield.
Just because of the trajectory there, I think it hit off the mound. I saw some pellets kick up as that ball went into what would have been kind of that in-between area between second and short. So that's a tough play even for the second baseman to grab that ball in Lampros and even have a chance to throw over to first base. So good job keeping that ball in the infield because it limits a run from scoring. Pitching change. We'll see who it is. We'll tell you all about them right after this. It's a 6-3 ball game, but the Gems are pressing. Tying runs coming to the plate in Ryan Malzahn. We'll catch up on the action right after this on the Car Show Collegiate League Radio Network and Car Show Collegiate League TV. Welcome back to Carshield Field here in the Carshield Collegiate League. Hoots and Cavemen in the bottom of the 5th inning. Hoots took a big lead in the top of the 5th, plated 4 runs to make the ball game 6-3. Now the Gems in the bottom of the 5th got a leadoff double from Tommy Woods. Tate Wargo just singled to reach first and allowed Tommy to advance to third. And a pitching change for the Gems. Jackson Keller's day is done. In steps Juan Griffin, seeing his 6th appearance on the year. Griffin throws a lot of strikes, sinker baller type of guy. Dons a 4.34 ERA. Facing the right-handed Ryan Malzahn. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled over the O'Fallon Hoots dugout, not a play. Griffin plays his college days in the American Midwest Conference. Of course, Harris-Stowe State University, a member of the AMC. And that's where Griffin dons the hill in the spring for head coach C.J. Bilbrey and company. Runners at the corners. 0-1 the count to Ryan Malzahn. Here's the pitch from Griffin. Almost got away from the catcher and Stouse, but he's able to keep it in front and keeps the runners at first and third. Big outfield. Outfield playing big. No doubles defense. Infield playing big as well. But up the middle, they're positioned for a double play ball. 1-1 the count to Ryan Malzahn. Fastball outside corner, missed just off the plate for ball 2.
That's a big call there. 1-1 can really change the tide of this at bat. The difference between 2-1 and 1-2, massive.
Malzahn's 0 for 1 today. Love to get in on the scoring party here. Here's a 2-1. Fastball is sawed to the second baseman. Wargo's off the bag. The throw back to first. They double him off. Juan Griffin gets Ryan Malzahn to saw one off to the second baseman. Wargo was caught sleeping at first, and the second baseman, Lampros, was able to double him off. And now Kylan Cunningham will have to try to salvage this mess of an inning for the Gems now. They had runners at the corners with no outs. Now it's just a runner at third with 2 outs. You had the tie-in run at the plate, and now you may only have a chance to plate 1 run. Kylan Cunningham steps in. He's 1 for 2 today. Singled and scored in the second, grounded out in the third. First offering from Griffin is swung on and fouled over the Prex box and out of play. Josh Gibson awaits on deck. He's 0 for 2 today. Tommy led things off with a double in this inning as he's kind of breaking out of his slump. So he would love to score here. Try to inch his Gems a little closer to tying this ball game up. They trail 6-3. Juan Griffin trying to shut the door here in the bottom of the 5th. Kylan Cunningham swings and fouls one down the right field line, and foul out of play for strike 2. Center fielder in Krogman now shaded heavily to his right. Right fielder Cusimano is just a couple of steps in front of the track near the right field wall. Big shift on the infield as well for the left-handed Cunningham. Shortstop's behind the second base bag. Here's a set from Griffin on the hill and the pitch. Missed low. Ball gets away from the catcher. Tommy's going to score easily. It's a 6-4 ball game. Gems trail by 2. Pass ball in the books, but allows the Gems to plate Tommy Woods in this inning. And now Kylan Cunningham will try to start it all over again with 2 outs. Try to get a 2-out base knock here and reach. Shift still stays on for the Hoots on the infield. First and second baseman socially distanced, but still kind of close to each other. Here's the 1-2 to Cunningham. Fastball upstairs, and it missed.
Think they're breaking that 6-foot barrier yet? They're pretty close.
So count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs to the left-handed Kylan Cunningham. Here's a pitch from Griffin. Outside corner, missed it. Kylan was shaking his head the whole way. He knew it was going to be a ball. He's had pretty good plate discipline today. Some pitches that other people would probably swing at, he's let go. And that just shows how disciplined he is at the plate. So full count and 2 outs. Bases are empty for Kylan Cunningham. Here's the pitch from Griffin. Swing and a tapper right side. Fielded cleanly by Lampros at second. He'll make the toss over to first, and the inning is over. Run on a couple of base hits. No errors in the field for the Gems. We move to the top of the 6th inning. Shane will have the play-by-play after this. It's a 6-4 ball game. Gems trailed by 2 to the Hoots. We're back in a moment on the Car Shield Collegiate League Radio Network and Car Shield Collegiate League TV.
The Gems played a run in the 5th to make it 6-4. Hoots trying to add on to their lead. Kyle Fowler has the task of holding their offense. Kyle Fowler came in and got the final 2 outs of the 5th inning. Got a pop out to himself, and then Tyler Bastunas struck out. So now Ty Stouse leads things off. Bottom of the Hoots order, Stouse, Staker, and Lampros, as they try to add on to their 6-4 lead here in the top of the 6th. Thank you for joining us here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Still in the morning here in the Central Time Zone, right around 1:45 and got things started just after 10 o'clock this morning with the doubleheader. Originally just scheduled to play one game. The Eagles and Cavemen will play in the second ball game. That was the originally scheduled game. So we had to move this game up to get this doubleheader in. Got some events going on here at Car Shield Field this evening, so got to get these games in due time. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful day. Could not ask for better weather here in the first week of July, or August rather. Swing and a miss there from Stouse for a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 balls, 1 strike rather. Nope, 2-2. Trust your gut. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the future SEMO catcher, Ty Stouse. He's 0 for 1 on the ball game so far. Walked and was stranded on second base in the second inning. Flew out to Jacob Gentry in left field. Back in the 4th. Matt Staker awaits on deck. The 3-2 from Fowler. Outside, Stouse works a leadoff walk. First walk issued by Fowler out of the bullpen. Gave a base hit to Andrew Keck. And then got the next 2 outs of the 5th inning on Dunham and Bastunas. And we'll have a pinch runner at first base. Colin Bergman will run for Ty Stouse. So you wonder if Keck will move behind the plate. Bergman likely to go to left field next inning, you would imagine. So runner on first base. Nobody out after the walk. And now Matt Staker looks at a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Bergman, the pinch runner for Stouse over at first. Stouse worked a full count and worked a walk to lead off this inning against Kyle Fowler. And there's a chopper foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. To the Webster Gorlock, Matt Staker. Got a bit of a taste of his own medicine last time at the plate. Hitting to a dandy of a double play turned by Gibson and Wargo up the middle. Staker pops that one up in the shallow left. Josh Gibson is out, and he will make the catch. 1 away here in the 6th. So now Fowler looking to roll a double play to get himself out of the inning, turn things over to his offense. The 3-run homer by Dominic Cusimano was what put the Hoots on top, 5-3. In the 5th, they added another that inning. And then the Gems came back with one of their own in the bottom half. 6-4 your score. Fowler checks on Bergman over at first. Bergman, no stolen bases on the summer so far just yet. No balls, 1 strike to Lampros. 1 for 2, singled and scored in the 5th. Scored on the homer by Cusimano. The 0-1, and it clipped Lampros, I believe, on the elbow.
You could hear it. Yep,
Just
you could
a
hear it all
little
in the booth.
Just a little tick. Not much. Doesn't have to catch much, just 1 stitch of the baseball. That's all it takes.
I mean, I know we say it every time this part of the order comes up, but just how dangerous this 1-2 punch is right now for the Hoots. I mean, Krogman, his work just shows for itself today. He's 3 for 3, and then Cusimano, of course, already with the big fly.
Couple of runners on here with 1 away. Krogman, 3 singles on the afternoon, or 2 singles and a double, rather.
The thing that really intrigues me about Krogman is he's just so patient. He looks 1 pitch, 1 spot, and if it's not there and it's not a drivable pitch to the gaps, he's just not swinging. I mean, he's a really disciplined guy, and you can tell why the White Sox are so touted on him.
And he's always been a confident hitter wherever he's gone. He swings with confidence, drives the baseball with authority, and he knows what pitches he can hit, what pitches he can't hit. And if he can't hit it, he'll lay off of it. If he can hit it, he'll drive it most of the time.
You got to realize this is a guy who bet on himself, right? Like how many kids out of high school take the contract for a 36-round pick? Like he's betting on himself, and you know what? I think it's paying off.
Just 19 years old. Late round draft pick by the Chicago White Sox. A couple of White Sox minor leaguers in this league, along with former first-rounder Jake Berger, who had his first home run yesterday, went back-to-back with his former Missouri State Bear teammate Tate Matheny. The 2-1, swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Going to be tough to turn 2 on Krogman. Runs very well out of the left-handed batter's box. A shortstop, Josh Gibson, playing right behind the second base bag. Big gap in the 5-6 hole. He tries to poke it that way, but fouls it out of play. You know Krogman sees that. You know if he gets an outside pitch, he can drive it the other way. And with how fast this infield is on this turf, the ball's probably going to get through. The 2-2, fouled away. The third place hitter, Nick Neville, goes and retrieves that baseball, tosses it back to home plate umpire Justin Robinson, and Chase Krogman will get a little more pine tar on that bat. He's working a good at bat here, fouled off a couple of 2-strike pitches. 7th pitch coming up here from Kyle Fowler. With a couple runners on base, runners on first and second. Lampros on first after the hit by pitch. Colin Bergman on after pinch running for Ty Stouse, who walked leading off this inning. Another 2-2 coming to Krogman in the dirt. Krogman came into this ball game with an on-base percentage over .560 and has only added to that today with 3 hits. Average creeping up into the mid-400s now. The 3-2. Poked foul. Well, the ball just has a different sound coming off of Krogman's bat. It just jumps off his bat like it not with not many players in this league. He's fouled off 3 two-strike pitches. Count stays full at 3-2. Ninth pitch of the at-bat coming up. Good battle here. The 3-2. Fouled away once again. Tommy Woods is going to give it a look, but it goes out of play.
Now, one of the big things that you're hearing on that sound as far as Krogman's swing is just that finish on the bat. He's got no finish on his bat, unlike some other guys who, have that paint finish or may have a maple finish. He's got straight up ash, so you're hearing pure ash against baseball.
It's a beautiful sound. 3 balls, 2 strikes. He's fouled off 4 pitches, and he fouls off a 5th. What a battle brewing here with a couple runners on base. Chase Krogman. We'll see the 11th pitch from Kyle Fowler in this at-bat. 5 two-strike foul balls. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Long look in from Fowler. He'll step off. Important pitch coming here. Dominic Cusimano awaits on deck. He's already got a 3-run homer.
Yeah, he makes one mistake here, and this ball game could be out of reach.
3-2 from Fowler. Outside, he walked him on 11 pitches. What an at-bat by Krogman. He's on base for the 4th time. And more importantly, that loads the bases for Dominic Cusimano.
Here comes a mound visit. I don't see much action in the Gems bullpen, so you wonder if this is just a, hey, let's calm you down, Kyle. You're the only guy we've got right now. You got to power us through this. But you also got to remember, Cusimano, he's already shown you he's dangerous today. Accounting for 4 RBIs of the 6 runs that are on the board today for the Hoots.
Just snuck a 3-run homer over the right field wall, just in between the wall and the clubhouse out in right center. Don't see too many balls land in between. There's just a small gap between that wall and the clubhouse, but a 3-run homer. At the time, it was 3-2 Gems, and then Cusimano parks that ball, and all of a sudden, the Hoots are up 5-3, and then they added another to make it 6-3. The Gems came back with one of their own in the bottom of the 5th. Long mound visit here with Fowler. Important at-bat coming here at the bases loaded. A chance for the Hoots to break things open. Kyle Fowler, a chance to escape a jam. Couple of walks and a hit by pitch have loaded the bases with 1 away. Fowler walked Ty Stouse. Bergman pinch ran. He got a pop out off the bat of Staker. And then hit Lampros and walked Krogman on 11 pitches. Bergman at third. Lampros at second. Krogman at first. Good speed on the base pass. Bases loaded for Dominic Cusimano. A parliament of Hoots on the base paths. And a 6-4 ball game here in the top of the 6th. One ball, no strikes to Cusimano. The offering in the dirt, 2-0. Hoots trying to break this game open. Kyle Fowler trying to keep the score right where it is. He can roll 2 and get out of this inning. Cusimano, a 3-run homer already today. Check swing and a strike. That was a strike, but maybe not the location Cusimano was looking for, is on the outer third. And he let that go for a strike. Still a good hitter's count here, 2-1. The pitch from Kyle Fowler. Swing in a fly ball in the shallow right field, right center. Tate Wargo puts it away on the infield fly, 2 away. Big pitch there from Fowler to get the second out. Had Cusimano just a bit out in front, caught it off the end of his bat. And an easy play there for Wargo for the second out. And now Fowler 1 pitch away from straining the bases loaded, but he has to take care of a tough man here, Nick Neville.
Sometimes you gear up just a little bit too much, right? I mean, Cusimano knows he's got power. We've already seen it. But that time just looked like he was just a little bit too anxious to get in front of that pitch.
He's trying to drive something with the bases loaded, try to come through in a big spot, just a bit out in front. And he pops out. He's now 1 for 4. And Nick Neville in a 1-0 count against Fowler. No action in the Gems bullpen just yet. The pitch is down and away. 2 balls, no strikes. Cusimano got in a 2-0 count, took a strike, and then popped out. Another 2-0 count here to Nick Neville. 0 for 3 with an RBI. RBI ground out back in the first inning, a fly out and a pop out since then. 3-0. That pitch misses outside, and Fowler needs to come in the zone here or he's going to walk in a run. 3 balls, no strikes. See if Neville has the green light here. 3-0, bases loaded, 2 outs. He does, and he hits that one a mile into the air in right field. He got under it. Colin Parrish puts it away, and the Hoots strand the bases loaded. Kyle Fowler works out of a bases loaded jam, and the Hoots strand the bases loaded. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Chance for the Gems to continue to claw their way back. They trail by 2, 6-4 here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. We head to the bottom of the 6th. 6-4 Hoots lead. Gems coming to bat. Gibson, Westfall, and Cruz 6, 7, and 8, or 5, 6, and 7 rather, facing Juan Griffin. Some defensive changes for the Hoots. Andrew Keck now moves behind the plate. Colin Bergman heads out to left field after he pinch ran for the catcher Ty Stouse. So Bergman heads out to left. Keck now behind the plate, catching Juan Griffin, who got the final 3 outs after coming in the 5th inning. Got a double play off the bat of Ryan Malzahn on a soft liner. And then retired Kylan Cunningham. 5, 6, 7, Gibson, Westfall, and Cruz. Gibson 0 for 2 on the ball game so far. Westfall waiting on deck. Already has a 2-run homer. Big swing and a miss there from Gibson for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jim's got a run in the bottom of the 5th to cut the deficit to 6-4. Juan Griffin trying to work a second straight scoreless inning. A run scored on a pass ball with Cunningham at the plate. 6-4 ball game, 2-run Hoots lead. A reminder, game 2 Eagles and Cavemen coming up about 20-25 minutes after the conclusion of this one as Gibson skies that one in a center field. Easy play there for Chase Krogman, and he puts it away for the first out. Gibson now 0 for 3, and that brings in Westfall. Solid start here for Griffin. He's retired the first 3 he's faced and gotten 4 outs. 2 on the double play, 1 on the ground ball by Cunningham, and then the fly out here by Gibson brings in Matt Westfall. The Quincy catcher 1 for 2 on the day so far with that home run to right center. The first pitch from Griffin is a strike. Juan Griffin, an ERA in the low 4s coming into play. Out of Harris Stowe, member of the Hornets. Starts quite a few games for the Hornets as well, but has worked solely out of the bullpen here for the Hoots this summer. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Westfall as that pitch misses away. Gage Cruz awaits on deck, who's hit a couple of balls hard. He's 2 for 2. 1-1 from Juan Griffin. Swing and a miss. He went with the slide piece there and got Westfall to swing right through it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Griffin coming out of the bullpen, pumping strikes. Trying to get Westfall here for the second out of the 6th inning, trying to hold on to the 6-4 lead for the Hoots. The 1-2. Went with the slider again and pulled that one just a little too far. Not a bad pitch.
Yeah, he really wanted that one. You could hear him kind of exhale a little grunt, put a little extra on that one. But now Westfall's going to have to battle up, and that slide piece that you've talked about throughout this at-bat has kind of been tripping Westfall up. So we'll see if he sits back and waits on it.
See if Griffin triples up on it or goes back to the fastball. He throws a good sinking fastball. Keck set up on the outside part of the plate. The pitch, he went with the fastball, and Westfall fouls it away. So he went slider, fastball away. Still in a 2-ball, 2-strike count. 6th pitch of the at-bat coming. Mix of clouds and sun here at Car Shield Field. Temperatures in the low 70s. Yes, on August 4th, temperatures in the low 70s. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the offering from Griffin. Bared the fastball in on him, and Westfall fouls it out of play. So slider, fastball away, fastball in. Might be a good time to go back to that slider. You already got Westfall to swing through it once in this at-bat. Fouled off a couple of 2-strike pitches, staying alive in a 2-strike count. Gage Cruz awaits on deck. If Westfall can get on, Cruz would represent the tying run. Long look from Griffin. He has his sign ready for another 2-2 to Westfall. Here it comes. It's outside. So Westfall has worked the count back full. Working a nice at-bat here with 1 away, nobody on, trying to get on for Cruz. 3 home runs, now 6 runs driven in for Westfall on the summer. A 3-2 coming from Juan Griffin. Swing and a miss, got him on strikes. 2 down here in the 6th.
I don't know what it was about that at-bat, but Westfall just looked uncomfortable the entirety of that at-bat. Just looked like Griffin just had a leg up on him the entire time, and sometimes just get that feel that as a pitcher you have confidence, and it didn't look like Griffin was going to let that AB get away from him.
And the count did go to 3-2, probably partially a result of getting ahead in the count, getting ahead 1-2, and really being in control of that at-bat. Griffin looked like the aggressor in that at-bat. So now 2 away for Gage Cruz. And Griffin keeps the tying run in the on-deck circle. He's retired the first 4 men he's faced out of the bullpen, doing a nice job. Out of the bullpen for Joe Lincoln. The Hoots trying to win their 10th ball game. Gems trying to avenge a 12-2 loss to the Falcons yesterday. Six home runs in that ball game. The Gems had a couple of them. 4 homers by the Falcons, 2 by the Purdue commit Cade Hull, including 1 on the second pitch of the ball game. And the Falcons just flew away with that ball game. 1 ball, 1 strike to Gage Cruz. Griffin trying to work a 1-2-3-6. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Down low. Griffin got ahead of Westfall, and it did get to a 3-2 count, but he got him swinging on the fastball. And now Gage Cruz in a dangerous count here, 2-1. He's working on a 2-for-2 day. He's hit a couple of hard line drives. One off the wall, one right down the right field line. The 2-1. Chop foul. Boy, he was geared up and ready for a heater there.
It's still way in front of it, though, and that's what the majority of hitters have been against Cunningham. It's tough for them to read this slider and sinking fastball out of his hands because he doesn't show it as he's in his windup or in his delivery. You know, he kind of keeps it hidden behind that back right leg to where you can't really see the grip that he's putting on.
Mm-hmm. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The offering from Juan Griffin. Fastball outside corner. Nice work by Juan Griffin. He strikes out a couple in the inning. He's through 2 scoreless innings, and he keeps the Hoots lead at 2. We head to the top of the 7th. Hoots will look for some insurance. Right after this, you're watching Car Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. Heart of the Hoots order, Keck, Dunham, and Bastunas, 4, 5, and 6. For the Hoots, they look for some insurance here against Kyle Fowler, who escaped a bases-loaded 1-out jam in the 6th. To keep the Hoots lead at 2, and he fires in a strike to Andrew Keck, who's now handling the catching duties. As Colin Bergman pinch ran for Ty Stouse. He's in left field. Now Keck behind the plate. Hitting the lead off the 7th inning for the Hoots. A good breaking ball there from Fowler. No balls, 2 strikes. Keck on the afternoon so far, a single, stole a couple of bags, and scored. 1 for 3. The 0-2. Fastball just missed. And Keck smacks that one into center field. That falls in front of Cunningham. A 2 for 4 day for Andrew Keck. So a leadoff base hit for Keck. A multi-hit game for him. And he's on to lead off the inning. Hoots looking to add on. They already lead it by a couple, looking for some more insurance.
And we talked about it earlier. Why does this Hoots roster have 3 Division I catchers on it? Well, that's why, because a guy like Andrew Keck.
And Keck gets too far off the bag, and he's caught in a rundown.
Getting too greedy.
And Gibson will slap the tag on him between first and second, getting a little too greedy, getting too far off the base.
Yeah, you took the last 2 bags, but don't get too greedy, big fella. You gotta you gotta be smart on the bases because, you're up 6-4, right? But the Gems are the home team in this game.
Mm-hmm.
The Hoots, you got to realize it's a 6-4 ball game. Plenty of hitters in that Gems lineup. Every run is important right now, and you don't just give one up by trying to steal a bag that you don't need.
That pitch misses high to Dunham. 1 ball, no strikes, and Keck maybe feeling himself, feeling a little overzealous on the base pass, a little confident, you think, after stealing a couple of bases. He got a little too aggressive and gets caught between first and second. 2 balls, no strikes.
But it's unnecessary, though,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, no outs.
Yeah.
You're in the top of the 7th inning. You get the leadoff runner on, and you just want to steal a bag to get in a scoring position. You've got the rest of your lineup coming up, the meat of your order, who's turned it around today, in Matt Dunham and company, and you just try to give away an out.
Dunham skies that one. 3 Gems converge on it, and it's Tommy Woods to put it away. 2 outs.
And and not only does was it not a smart play, but then you see you see Dunham there swing at that pitch, and now all the energy that you had to start this inning, which felt like 45 seconds ago, is now sucked out of your dugout because you make a mistake to be greedy instead of just staying at first.
And especially with no outs. I mean, with 2 outs, you can maybe see trying to get aggressive, trying to get in a scoring position, especially when you have a lead, trying to add on, trying to be aggressive. But with no outs, there's really no sense in trying to steal the bag there.
Yeah.
1 ball, no strikes to Tyler Bastunas, the designated hitter. 1-0 from Fowler is upstairs. 0 for 2 on the day for Bastunas. Has scored a run. He's been hit by a pitch. The 2-0 from Fowler. Inside. So Keck reached on the base hit to lead off the inning. Was caught off first base by Fowler. Pop out to third, into shallow left rather, by Dunham. And Bastunas swinging 3-0, chops it foul.
I don't mind, especially in this setting, the majority of these guys taking 3-0 hacks. I don't mind it, but make sure that it's something you can drive somewhere, not a foul ball down the left field line. You get a 3-0 pitch, it better be meaty right down the middle.
He pops that one up in the shallow left. Jacob Gentry will put that away. So Fowler works a scoreless 7th. And we head to the bottom half. Final hope for the Gems coming up. 8-9-1 in their order, due up. Final chance in the bottom half, 6-4. Hoots hanging on. Can they close it out? Two scoreless innings for Juan Griffin. He gives way to the Maryville University commit, Jamie Young. Save situation here for Young, making his 4th appearance on the mound. A 2-way player headed to Maryville. And the Australia native deals to Jacob Gentry a strike one right down the middle. The last time we saw Young out on the mound, he got the start last Monday against the Falcons. Boy, was he sharp. 10 strikeouts in 5 innings, just a couple of hits and 1 run. Against a potent Falcons lineup, kept him grounded, picked up the victory in that ball game. Third appearance out of the bullpen. 4th appearance overall on the mound for Jamie Young. 2 balls, 1 strike to Gentry, who's 1 for 2 on the afternoon. So Young, the third pitcher for the Hoots. Jackson Keller worked 4+. Juan Griffin worked 2. Now Jamie Young for the 7th. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Gentry. Young working from the windup and a 2-2 delivery to Gentry. Chopped slowly and foul. Gentry, Parrish, and at the top of the order, Tommy Woods. Here in the bottom of the 7th, final hope for the Gems. Hoots trying to win their 10th ball game. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Young starts the 7th with a strikeout. Gentry's 1 for 3. Just blew the fastball right by him for strike 3. Young came into this ballgame 16 strikeouts in 9 innings. Picks up another one there. Even 2-1 strikeout to walk ratio, 16 strikeouts to 8 walks. And now Colin Parrish looks at a breaking ball and a good one in there for a strike.
Oh, that was filthy. It looked like it was staying up at the letters to the left-handed hitter, and then it just drops in the bottom part of the zone. That's a tough pitch to even hit.
The 0-1, another breaking ball, and it drops in there for a strike. Big overhand curveball from Jamie Young.
It's one thing to be able to hit a baseball like that, but first you got to be able to identify it out of the hand.
See what he goes to here. Keck set up on the outside corner. He went with the fastball and spiked it. So it went breaking ball, and then a fastball. What does he go to here? 1-2. We'll find out. The 1-2. Another breaking ball, swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jamie Young. Final hope for the Gems now, Tommy Woods.
Well, if it's anybody that can get started with 2 outs, it's Tommy, especially the day he's having today. You know, he's seen the ball well, a double, a walk and scored. So if you need to get something started, it definitely can start with Tommy here.
That's the time to get something started here. 2 away here in the 7th. Jamie Young trying to work a 1-2-3 7th, pick up his first save of the summer and put the Gems, or the Hoots rather, into double digits in the win column, and he might do that right here. A tricky hop out there at second. Lampros handles it. A 1-2-3 7th for Jamie Young, and the Hoots close out a 6-4 victory. They move to 10-8-2. Gems fall to 8-12-1. A 3-run homer for Dominic Cusimano put the Hoots on top, and they never look back. Young picks up his first save, and the Hoots improved to 10-8-2. We'll be back for Game 2. Eagles and Cavemen coming up in a short bit. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes or so. Hope you can stick with us here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Hoots win it 6-4.
Welcome back to Carshield Field here in O'Fallon, Missouri. We've got baseball on tap, the second part of our doubleheader getting set to go. It's going to be the Cavemen and the Eagles. Cavemen are the home team today. The Eagles are the away team. So we will run through the Eagles lineup first. They will be at the dish first. Leading off, playing left field, number 6, Kenny Piper. The designated hitter today for the Eagles, number 20, Damian Henderson. Playing right field and batting third, number 18, Justin Eads. Batting fourth, the shortstop, number 13, Peyton Leeper. Batting fifth behind the plate, number 4, John Stallcup. Batting sixth, the third baseman, number 9, Steven Rendonzo. Batting seventh, the second baseman, number 8, Jalen Jones. In center field, the 8-spot hitter, number 1, Aaron Hopp. And batting ninth, the first baseman, number 28, Ole Arnston. On the hill today for the Eagles will be Drake Salzman, or rather Brady Shanel. We'll see him in the bottom half of the first. For the Cavemen, leading off playing center field, Daniel Sperling. He'll bat first. Batting second, the designated hitter, number 11, Luke Mann. Batting third, the first baseman, number 51, Seth Halverson. Batting fourth, the third baseman, number 34, Connor Kiefer. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 26, Mitch Daniels. Batting sixth, number 30, the second baseman, Andy Bunton. Batting seventh, the shortstop, number 5, Brendan Klaus. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 18, Nick Rose. And batting ninth, the right fielder, number 21, Tyler Headkamp. The Cavemen are managed by William Bradley. Umpires today are Justin Robinson behind the plate, and Eric Backus will be in the field. Leading off, Kenny Piper for the Eagles. The .304 average on the season. Piper plays his college days at Columbia College in Columbia, Missouri for Darren Munns, who, of course, has been around the Missouri scene for a long time. He's a former coach at William Woods University, and now is back running a pretty good program at Columbia College, around the top of the AMC every single year. First pitch strike to Kenny Piper from Drake Salzman happens at 12:52. Salzman works from the stretch. Here's the 0-1. Curveball fouled off towards the screen by Kenny Piper. Drake Salzman seeing his 6th appearance on the year. 4.13 ERA for the righty. 2-0 in 22 innings pitched. He's given up 15 runs, 13 of them earned. 6 walks and 29 Ks. 0-2 to the leadoff hitter, Kenny Piper. Swung on and lifted into left field. Daniels giving chase into the gap, and he will make the catch in front of the center fielder, Spearling, to record out number 1 of game number 2. So that brings in Damian Henderson. Henderson with a .303 average this summer. He is a member of the Cincinnati Reds organization. Of course, the connection with his manager, Forrest Harmon, who is a coach in the minor league system for the Reds. This one's lifted into left field. That'll get down in front of Daniels for a base hit. And they said it was fair, so interesting. So he'll be there with a double, as that one just fell in front of Daniels. Brings in the right fielder, Justin Eads, out of Quincy University. Eads a .267 hitter on the season.
For Henderson, not the prettiest double you're ever going to see, but he'll take 2 bases any way he can get it. Just fell inside the line and hopped over that short wall down the left field line.
So a runner on second base in Damian Henderson. He's on with a 1-out double, and that brings in Justin Eads. He swings it from the right side. Here's the first pitch from Salzman. This one's lined right back up the middle. Base hit. Being waved around to score is Henderson. The throw to the plate, not in time. Henderson slides safely, and it's a 1-0 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen to start this ball game in the top of the first inning.
And Justin Eads, boy, is he swinging the bat well. Was swinging it well at Quincy, hitting over 300 this spring, and he's carried that over into this summer, hitting the baseball all over the yard. Picks up a nice little base hit there, drives in a run. Just a great piece of hitting, taking it right back where it's pitched.
So Damian Henderson gets on with the bloop into left. Justin Eads drives him in with the base hit right back up the box. And that brings in the shortstop, Peyton Leeper. Leeper, a 327 hitter on the season. Real dangerous Eagles lineup. First offering to him misses outside. John Stallcup awaits on deck. Catcher out of Southern Illinois, Edwardsville. 1-0 the count to the lefty, Leeper. Takes it on the outside corner, strike one. So a 1-0 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen here in the early going. Top of the first inning, 1 out on the board and 1 runner on for Peyton Leeper. Here's the pitch to the lefty. Curveball outside corner called strike. Runs the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the set and the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Snap back throw to first. Not in time. But Peyton Leeper sat down on strikes for out number 2.
Drake Salzman likes to work backwards a lot of times. He'll throw that breaking ball early in the count and then just blow a fastball right by you. Not the hardest thrower, but he has enough velocity to where if you get somebody slowed down the breaking ball, he can speed you up at the fastball, and that's what he did right there.
So in steps John Stallcup. Second on the team in average this spring for Southern Illinois University Edwardsville with a 333 average before the season was cut short. First offering to John is tapped down the third base line and out of play. John Stallcup, a highly touted prospect early in his career. Of course, was a Webster Groves statesman and had an opportunity to get some varsity experience early in his career. First offering to him is lined to the second baseman. This could be 2 on to second for 1, and that makes the third out of the inning since there were 2 outs on the board. So Stallcup ends the inning with a ground out to second. 1 run on a couple of base hits for the Eagles. No errors in the field for the Cavemen. We move to the bottom of the first inning. It's a 1-0 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen. We're back in a moment. This is Carshield Collegiate League Baseball on the Carshield Collegiate League Radio Network. We move to the bottom of the first inning. It'll be the Eagles in the field and the Cavemen up to bat. Leading off, the center fielder, number 17, Daniel Spearling. Sperling will bat from the left side to face off against Brady Chanul, who is a part of the Milwaukee Brewers organization, drafted back in the 2018 round, 27th round pick out of the University of Iowa. Saw some action with the Rookie League affiliate last year. Swing and a miss through a first pitch fastball from Danny Sperling for strike 1. Big thing for Chanul is finding control. You know he's got the stuff low to mid-90s, but can get out of control at times as Sperling drives this one down the left field line and out of play for strike number 2. So no balls and 2 strikes on the count. One thing to mention about Chenul that my partner brought up here just a bit ago, only 2 innings pitched for all 4 of his appearances this year in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Misses upstairs. Count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Infield shaded just a little bit to the right. Here's the pitch. Left upstairs, evens up the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Luke Mann awaits on deck. Had a big day yesterday. Big fly for Luke Mann over that very tall right field wall. A couple of base hits for him yesterday as well. Here's a 2-2. Curveball outside corner. Rung him up. Dirty off-speed pitch there from Brady Chenul, and it just had Sperling absolutely fooled.
A nasty hook right there. This guy got electric strikeout stuff. 12 strikeouts and no walks. He's hit 4 batters coming into play, but those are the only base runners he's given up. No hits, no walks through 6 innings.
So backwards K number 1 for Brady Chenul. In steps the left-handed Luke Mann. Chenul will work from the stretch. Here's the kick in the deal. Big swing and a hack from Luke Mann for strike 1. His teammate, fellow Missouri Tiger teammate of Luke Mann's, Seth Halverson, awaits on deck. Halverson went deep yesterday as well. Here comes the 0-1 pitch from Chenul. Left outside, goes all the way to the backstop for ball 1. So 1 ball and 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. A 1-0 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen. Off-speed pitch from Chenul to Luke Mann outside for ball number 2. Sun continuing to shine here at Car Shield Field. 2-1 misses outside to make it 3 balls and 1 strike. A little cloudiness. The sun is shining through the clouds, but little dark clouds here. May get a little rain later this afternoon, maybe later this evening. Here's a 3-1. Foul ball back to the screen. So after Luke Mann fouls the pitch back in the box, stay alive. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's a set from Chenul and the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed on some high cheese. Luke Mann couldn't stay away from it.
A high cheddar just blowing it right by him. It was ball 4, but those high fastballs up in the zone, especially when they're hard like that, they look so enticing. They're just coming right at eye level, and sometimes you can't help but swing at them.
So back-to-back strikeouts for Brady Chenul to start off the bottom of the first inning. Brings in Seth Halverson, the first baseman. Here's the first offering to him. Ooh, head hunter. Halverson had to duck his head there as a curveball almost hit him in the noggin. 1-0 on the count to Halverson. Mr. Baseball of 2018 awaits the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. There's strike. 1-1 count. Mr. Baseball of Minnesota, rather, I should say. High school player of the year was Seth Halverson back in 2018 before he committed to the University of Missouri. And Steve Beezer. 2 outs on the board. 1-1 count. Here it is. Swing and a miss for Seth Halverson to make it 1 balls and 2 strikes. 1-0 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen. They got on the board in the top of the first inning. Back-to-back singles for the Eagles, or a double, then a single for the Eagles. Here's a 1-2. Curveball outside corner. Fastball, rather, outside corner, missed. Count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs on the board, and empty bags for Seth Halverson. Wiggles his bat as he awaits the pitch from Chenul. Here it is. Swing and a miss, high cheddar yet again, and Chanul gets 3 straight strikeouts to strike out the side here in the bottom of the first inning. We'll move to the top of the second. It's a 1-0 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen here in the Car Shield Collegiate League on Car Shield Collegiate League TV and the Car Shield Collegiate League Radio Network. We move to the top of the second inning. It'll go 6, 7, 8 in the order for the Eagles. Steven Radazzo, followed by Jalen Jones and Aaron Hopp. Radazzo, the starting third baseman today, will bat from the right side against Drake Salzman. Here's the first offering to him. Swinging a fly ball down the right field line, but it'll get out of play towards the Blue Moon patio bar down the right field line. Both of these starting pitchers, interestingly enough, both work from the stretch. Pitch misses upstairs. Fastball got away from Drake Salzman for ball 1.
For some guys, it's really just a consistent thing. You're not going from the wind up to the stretch, the wind up to the stretch. You're working from the stretch the whole time, so it's the same mechanics, same motion every time instead of having to switch back and forth.
There's a kick in the deal. Fastball, tap back up the middle. Bunton will go over to field it past the second base bag. The throw to first. Oh, my goodness. He got him. What a play from Andy Bunton, who had to backhand that baseball up the middle with his momentum going away from the second base bag, had to turn and make a 3/4 arm slide throw to first base.
Oh, what a heck of a play there by Bunton. That is far from an easy play on the left side of second base, no less. How about that, Mr. Bunton? He's made a couple of nice plays at third base as well.
First pitch fastball catches the zone to the right-handed second baseman Jalen Jones, digging in for his first at-bat of the afternoon. Salzman kicks and deals. Fastball low in there for strike 2 to Jalen Jones's dismay. Walks away from the plate for a little bit to reset, as he'll have to battle up here with 2 strikes. Aaron Hopp awaits on deck. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and flown up on the infield, but it'll get out of play and foul.
When you're a guy like Salzman who's around the plate, constantly throwing a lot of strikes, you're going to get those calls a couple inches off the plate.
Here's the 0-2 again. Curveball, inside corner, missed. So 1 out. And 1-2 on the count. Eagles trying to add to their 1-0 lead here in the top of the second. Here's the pitch. Fastball is flown up down the right side, but it'll get out of play and foul. Almost plunked a couple of fans that are sitting in the seats down the right field line. So we'll reset for the 1-2. Here comes Salzman getting set in the pitch. Fastball missed upstairs towards the eyes, and Jones had to get out of the way of that one.
A little limbo action there. Jalen Jones ducking out of the way.
So now Jones has worked the count back to 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's evened up. Here's the kick in the deal. Curveball missed upstairs, and pretty good plate discipline from Jalen Jones here to work back from the 0-2 count. Here's a 3-2. Swing, and just got a piece of it to Jones to foul it back towards the screen.
Jones is swinging the bat well lately. There's a reason he's been moved up in this lineup. Primarily hits 8 and 9 spot, moved up to number 7 here today, and working a nice at bat here in his first AB.
An opportunity to extend the lineup. This payoff pitch, swinging a tapper left side, and it'll get foul. As Kiefer went to go field it into foul territory. Eighth pitch of the at-bat upcoming. Here's the pitch. Flown into right field. Head camp coming on towards the wall, and it's foul. Gets out of play and foul down the right field line. Interesting right field and left field line that we've talked about. It's very open in foul territory until you get about 15 feet from the wall, and the corners actually table out. So when you get to the corners, the last 15 feet in the corners of the ballpark, there's not much room. Here's a swing and a line drive into right field. Will it drop? Yes, it will in front of Headcamp for a base hit. What an at-bat from Jalen Jones to fight again. He fouled off 3 pitches in a row and then gets a fastball up in the zone. Then he just floats in between the second baseman and the left fielder for a base hit.
Just a fantastic piece of hitting, fantastic at-bat. You really can't ask for much more out of the bottom of your lineup. Working a nice at-bat. Solomon's going to throw a lot of strikes. He's going to be efficient, but you can work a 8, 9, 10 pitch at-bat. That just extends your lineup even more, and you're going to get more mistakes.
So in steps Aaron Hopp, center fielder today. Takes the first pitch fastball inside corner from Salzman for strike 1. Ole Arnston waits on deck. Big right-handed swinging first baseman batting in the 9 spot today for Forrest Herman. Here's the 0-1. Tapped foul towards the left side, not a play. Hop, a Webster University Gorlock. Lettered in all 4 sports in high school before he decided to take his talents to Webster University. Pitch missed for a ball. Thought about a snap throw down to first, but catcher Rose will keep it in his back pocket. One ball and 2 strikes on the count. Here's the pitch. Jones takes off for second, but the pitch is fouled back towards the screen. Jones will have to go back to first, as Hop did his job there to protect the runner.
Especially in a 2-strike count. He's got to protect himself, too. Doesn't want to go down looking here. Even on a breaking ball, Jones might have had that bag stolen, but 2 strikes, got to foul it off, and maybe they want to start the runner again.
Here comes a payoff pitch from Salzman. Outside corner, they said Hop did offer for strike 3. It's a strikeout for out number 2.
That was a pretty good pitch on the outside corner. Could have even been called strike 3, maybe just a tad off the plate, but he threw him back-to-back breaking balls. Hop fouled off the first one, and a better one there from Salzman. The one before that kind of hung up in the zone. That one he got more towards the outside corner, and Hop was fooled.
So in steps Ole Arnston. Here's the pitch. Jones taking off for second. The throw. He slid past the bag but kept his right foot on it, and he's safe.
Whoa. Ever so close.
Real close play, but Jalen Jones picks up a stolen base. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. So now it's an RBI chance for Ole Arnston, the first baseman. Runner on second base and 2 outs, with the Eagles leading 1-0 over the Cavemen. Trying to add an insurance run on here in the early going. Jones dances at second. Here's the pitch, low, but Ole Arnston swings through it for strike 1.
I think Arnston might have yelled time there, but the home plate umpire didn't grant it to him. It was pretty late.
1 ball and 1 strike. 2 outs on the board and a 1-0 lead. Here's Salzman looking back at second, now pitches. Swing and a miss, big hack from the big fella for strike 2.
Does he double up on the breaking ball here? He had Arntzen out in front there. Maybe he's conscious of that breaking ball, maybe tries to blow a fastball by him here.
I will say with runners on base and Salzman working from the stretch, he does look a little more comfortable. Here's the 1-2. Fastball outside. Arnston spit on it for a ball, so it evens it up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs on the board. Salzman trying to shut the door and get his offense back to the plate. Meanwhile, the Eagles with an opportunity to drive in another run. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Eagles' first baseman. Here's the pitch driven into center field. Sperling tracing back at the track, and he'll make the catch on the run for out number 3. So a base hit from Jalen Jones is the only base hit of the inning. A couple of strikeouts, and Arnston flies out to center to end the inning. We move to the bottom of the second inning. It's a 1-0 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen. We're back in a moment. It's CarShield Collegiate League Baseball on the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network and CCL TV. Meat of the order due up for the Cavemen here in the bottom of the second inning. It'll go Connor Keffer, Mitch Daniels, and Andy Bunton. Starting third baseman today for Keffer. Brady Chanul on for his second inning of work. Delivers a first pitch ball upstairs to Keffer. Here's the 1-0. Offered did Keffer, but he got a piece of it, and it stays at the plate to even the count up at 1 ball, 1 strike. Chanel sets. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, misses for a ball. A lot of high heat today from Chanel. You'll see heat all day from him. But it's about control. Most of his outings have been short spurts so that he can keep things all together. Here's a 2-1. Fastball upstairs at the belt, missed for a ball. We talked about Chanul being a part of the Cincinnati Reds organization, or rather the Milwaukee Brewers organization, but having a Cincinnati Reds coach as he delivers the 2-1 pitch upstairs and swung through by Keffer for strike 2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes, a full count to the starting third baseman for the Cavemen. Here's the pitch. Inside pitch is swung on and fouled down the left field line, but it gets out of play into the left field deck.
Well, you think he was ready for that fastball. Got in the fastball on the inside part of the plate. Absolutely turned on it, hit it well. That's about all you can do with that pitch on the inside corner.
So here we go again, the 3-2. Curveball, inside corner, missed, and that's a tough take from Connor Kiffer, but he's on with the leadoff walk. That's the type of plate discipline you need against a guy that you know has good stuff, but sometimes may not have the control to keep it all together. So it brings in Mitch Daniels, the left fielder, today. Daniels, another Gorlock on this roster for the Cavemen. Here's the pitch. First offering, fastball right down mainstream, strike one. Check back to first base, almost got him, but Kiffer wisely was able to slide back with just the nick of time. Andy Button awaits on deck. Made that gorgeous play to end the last inning. So we'll see another check back to first base. Not in time, said field umpire Eric Backus. One thing about Chenul's move that you'll see on the mound is we see some action working in the Eagles bullpen. It's quick. You know, he'll get on the mound and it might look like he's getting set. And then he'll just quickly turn back to first. Here's a set on the 0-1. On the outside corner, strike to Mitch Daniels. Makes the count no balls and 2 strikes to the Cavemen starting third baseman today. Or left fielder, rather. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. First strikeout of the second inning is the 4th strikeout of the day for Brady Chenul.
Second baseman number 30, Andy Button.
And that brings in Andy Button. So 3 Ks swinging and 1 backwards so far for Brady Chenul. And just looking at the way that the action is working in the bullpen, might be his last one. Check back to first base, got past the first baseman, and now Kiffer's going to take off for second on the wild throw. So it's going to be an error on Brady Chenul on the wild throw to first base. So now Andy Button gets his shot. Spent last spring at Danville Area Community College, but of course the Button name known so well throughout St. Louis and the baseball world. First offering to him, misses ball 1. Of course, Button's coaches of Parkway North High School for so long, the lineage that we've seen there. Runner on second with 1 out. Here's the pitch. 1-0. Outside corner called strike. But boy, would Andy Button love to cash in here and tie a ball game up after he made such a great play to end the last inning. Runner on second with 1 out. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Chenul to the right-handed Button. Curveball in the dirt, blocked by Stallcup. Good job by Cup keeping it in front. Two-one on the count. Chenul looks back at second. One more time. Now the kick in the deal. Fastball outside corner, strike. Evens it up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kiffer will get his lead off at second. Chenul gets the sign from Stallcup, and he's ready. Here's the pitch. Fastball fanned at by Andy Button for strike 3. Had no chance on that one.
He was just trying to spray that pitch foul, just trying to get any piece of it he could. He was a mile behind that pitch. Just absolutely blew it by him.
Strikeout number 5 in 6 batters faced. Chenul looks real good right now. We'll see if he can finish off this bottom of the second inning against the right-handed hitting shortstop Brandon Klaus. First offering to Klaus, swung on and fanned for strike one. Klaus plays his springs at Harris-Stowe State University, but has had a rough summer so far here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Averages below the 200 mark. Chenul kicks and deals the 0-1. Fastball caught the outside corner for strike two. Action still working well in the Eagles bullpen, but Chenul's on a roll right now with his team on a 1-0 lead. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 3 straight strikeouts to end the second. 6th strikeout of the day for Brady Chenul, and every out that he has recorded has been a strikeout so far. Boy, does he look good. His squad, the Eagles, lead 1-0 as we head to the top of the third. Shane's got the play-by-play next on the Car Shield Collegiate League Radio Network and Car Shield Collegiate League TV.
We head to the top of the third, top of the order for the Eagles. Kenny Piper, Damian Henderson, Justin Eads want to take this time to thank Interco Recycling for sponsoring us this season. Interco recycles non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics. As that pitch misses away to Piper, they've been doing that since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. A 1-0 pitch coming from Drake Salzman. And that's popped out of play and foul. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or head to itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601, itcscrap.com. You can find them there as well. A 1-1 from Salzman. This got out of play once again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Kenny Piper. Flew out to left field. His first time at the dish, 0 for 1. 1-0 lead for the Eagles. They got 1 in the first inning. That's chopped slowly to Salzman. Fields in a couple of hops, slips for a little bit, but fires a strike on the first. He almost lost his footing, but still made the play.
It's kind of funny. You know, we talked about this a little bit earlier off the air, but our producer Charlie was talking about Seth Halverson and what position he doesn't play. You know how tough of a play that is for a first baseman to get a throw offline and be able to have the awareness to not get in the way of the runner, but then also have the ability to be able to make that play. I think that just shows his versatility as a position player, that he can play any outfield spot and then play both sides of the infield.
Mm-hmm. He's one heck of an athlete. He could play, like you said, anywhere in the field. Pitches, outfield, corner, infield, you name it. He's going to play it and play it well. Had to adjust to that throw from Salzman, and you see him switch over to the other side of the bag. You have to do that while still tracking the ball and still have to catch the ball and keep your eye on there's so many things you have to worry about as a first baseman.
Not to mention foot placement. If you know you're stretching out with the right foot, but now you've got to move through the baseline, so maybe you only have the left foot available to be able to touch the bag.
Mm-hmm. They say first base, sometimes they just stick somebody there if they're getting late in their career or whatever, but it is not an easy position to play by any stretch of the imagination. There's a lot that goes into it that gets overlooked.
Oh, yeah.
2 balls, 1 strike to Damian Henderson. The 2-1 from Drake Salzman. Up and away, 3 balls, 1 strike. Brady Chanul's day looks to be through. He's worked 2 innings in each of his starts so far this summer. Looks like that'll be the case once again. Arm getting loose down there. Right-hander getting loose for the Eagles. The 3-1 to Damian Henderson. Upstairs, ball 4, he walked him. Second time Henderson has been on base.
I like the discipline there from Henderson, and kind of just a cool story about Henderson in general. Just a guy from committed to BYU and then decides that he wants to sign with the Cincinnati Reds, and kind of cool that he gets a chance to come out here with a guy that could be an instructor or coach within his organization in Forrest Herman.
Absolutely. Chance to get acquainted with maybe one of your future coaches at the professional level. Get acclimated with him. And another interesting note about Henderson, you mentioned at BYU, he's from Utah, and his father, I believe it was last week, I forget exactly which day it was, but last week his father drove all the way from Utah, 19 hours, all the way to, he arrived the night before. Justin Eads cracks that one to left field, and he interrupts that with a 2-run homer. How about it, Justin Eads? Swing a hot bat, why don't you? 3-0 Eagles.
As I've seen Justin Eads in the GLVC, and then now you get a chance to see him here in the Car Show Collegiate League, it just seems like every time the Eagles lineup comes around, or any time you see the Eagles in discussion, if there's runs being involved, Justin Eads' name is there. So what a 2-3 punch that this Eagles lineup has when you have a guy that's as disciplined as Damian Henderson at the plate and as skilled as him, and then you got a guy that can just absolutely rake to all parts of the ballpark in Justin Eads.
That's 4 home runs now in the summer for Justin Eads. 14 runs driven in. And he's now scored 6 runs as well. For his 13 hits now, 4 homers, 4 doubles. 8 extra base hits out of 13 hits so far this summer for Justin Eads. And he's hit the ball to right field, to right center, to left field. Hit the ball all over the ballpark, picked up a base hit his first time. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Peyton Leeper, the switch-hitting middle infielder. Swing from the left side against the right-hander Salzman. Leeper, 327 hitter coming into play, and he looks at a ball up and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes, getting on base about 42% of the time. A couple of home runs, including a grand slam that acted as a pseudo walk-off grand slam. 11 runs driven in, 9 runs scored. And he's been hit by 6 pitches. The 2-2. Chopped right back to Salzman, and he'll handle that. Toss underhand to Halverson for the second out. So Salzman bounces back after the Eads home run and gets Leeper on the comebacker.
You look at the way the Eagles have scored these runs today, of course, the first coming in the first inning, and that was just a couple of base hits and just doing your job as an offense. Not really like, Salzman, of course, gave up that earned run, but he's looked pretty good, just a couple of blemishes in the first couple of innings.
And Justin Eads has driven in all 3 of the Eagles' runs. He had a base hit back in the first and a 2-run homer as John Stalkup skies the first pitch in the left. Brendan Claus puts it away. 2 runs in the inning, a 2-run homer for Justin Eads. He's driven in all the runs in the ball game. He's 2 for 2, a homer, a single, 3 runs driven in for the Quincy University outfielder. His 4th home run puts the Eagles on top, 3-0. We head to the bottom of the 3rd here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. New arm for the Eagles, making his 6th appearance on the Summers. The right-hander out of William Woods, Logan Bexton. The first pitch to Nick Rose is chopped to the second baseman. Easy play there for Jalen Jones, and 1 pitch, 1 out here in the third for Logan Bexton out of the bullpen. 10 innings work so far this summer for Bexton. 11 strikeouts, 4 walks, 16 hits, 8 earned runs. ERA in the low 5s.
Before the COVID-19 shortened the season for the William Woods Owls, he did get in 30 innings pitched. He saw 6 appearances, and most of those appearances came in weekend starts early in the year. Dawned a 5.34 ERA and a 1-4 record.
Came from State Fair Community College, Fatima High School, Westphalia native. 1 ball, no strikes. Now 2-0 to Tyler Headcamp, the 9th place hitter.
So, yeah, just a local guy trying to get some work here and obviously try to figure out what happens next spring for him based upon the work he does here.
There's a swing and a miss from Headcamp. 2 balls, 1 strike. So Chanel works a couple innings, strikes out 6 of the 7 batters he faces, just 1 walk and 6 strikeouts. That is it. And that's foul out of play. He's still yet to surrender a hit in 4 starts, going 8 innings total.
It's a good guy to bridge to, though, because now you had a guy who topped out at 93 today, and now you've got a guy that's going to be sitting mid-80s. So it's an adjustment for the Cavemen lineup.
And that's hit well to right center, and Tyler Headcamp has just put the Cavemen on the scoreboard over the clubhouse in right center. And Headcamp launches his 2nd home run of the summer to put the Cavemen on the scoreboard. It's 3-1.
I guess Headcamp adjusted pretty quickly.
You'd think so.
And his coaches down the road at St. Charles Community College are happy to see that one.
So the new arm, Bexton, comes into the ballgame, gets a ground out on 1 pitch, and then Tyler Headcamp says, I'm going to put us on the scoreboard real quick. Let me launch one over the right center field wall, and he does so for his 2nd home run and puts the Cavemen on the scoreboard. 3-1, Eagles lead. Bexton surrenders the home run to Headcamp. And a swing and a miss from Danny Sperling, 1 ball, 1 strike. On a 2-2 pitch, Tyler Headcamp taking it to right center, an absolute bomb, a no-doubt shot. And a 3-1 Eagles lead now. And Sperling skies that one in the shallow left on the left field line. 3 Eagles converge, and the shortstop Leaper takes it for out number 2. So now 4 runs driven in on the summer for Headcamp, 4 runs scored. And he scores the first run, drives in the first run. Now here's a guy who hit a 3-run homer yesterday, one of the longer home runs we've seen, at least over that right field wall, Mr. Luke Mann. League leader in OPS and slugging coming into play. And he ropes that one on the first pitch into right. Justin Eads makes the play for out number 3. So the homer by Tyler Headcamp gets the Cavemen on the scoreboard, 3-1 Eagles as we head to the 4th here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Steven Randazzo, Jalen Jones, and Aaron Hopp, 6, 7, and 8. And Randazzo grounds one through the right side. A nice base hit for Randazzo the other way to lead off the fourth.
Good piece of hitting there by Randazzo. Second baseman Button was pinching in a little bit towards the bag, and that just left a wide open 4-hole for him to drive that ball through.
Just take your base hits, get on base, and now the guy who got a base hit his last time up, Jalen Jones. Jalen Jones has been swinging a pretty good bat. As of late, couple multi-hit games, he's got the average up around 300. Getting on base over 40% of the time. Playing second base out of Lincoln College. Formerly teammates with the guy on deck, Aaron Hopp. There's a breaking ball in there from Salzman. No balls, 2 strikes. Hopp, of course, currently at Webster. 0-2 count here to Jones with a runner on first base, Randazzo, after the leadoff base hit. The 0-2 in the dirt, blocked nicely by Rose. 5 hits on the day for the Eagles, just 1 for the Cavemen, the home run by Headcamp. Justin Eads has driven in all 3 runs for the Eagles, a RBI base hit in the first and a 2-run homer in the third. Swing and a miss by Jones, and it's dropped by Rose, but a strike 3. Ran the fastball in on him and got Jones to swing right through it. And Salzman picks up his 3rd strikeout. 1 away here in the 4th. And a good breaking ball in there for a strike. Aaron Hopp struck out swinging back in the 2nd. Steven Randazzo on first base. He's 1 for 2 now with that base hit. The 0-1 from Drake Salzman. Outside corner. 2 good pitches to start off Hopp. Dotting up on the outside corner. And he's got Hopp right where he wants him at 0-2. The right-hander delivers. Another breaking ball called 3rd strike. He went to the same spot 3 times in a row, and Hopp never took the bat off the shoulder.
Yeah, he thought he was going to get something different at some point in that at-bat, but sometimes you just keep going with what's working. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth. 4 strikeouts now for Salzman through 3 2/3. And he'll have to deal with Ole Arntzen, who hit a ball well to center his last time up. Formerly a Wabash Valley. At SIUE. Hitting in the 9-hole today. Playing first base. He's hit a couple of home runs, driven in 9 runs so far this summer. And he broke his bat, and a foul ball as the bat goes all the way out to the shortstop, Brendan Claus. The bat went farther than the baseball.
Yeah, it got him stuck up on the hands, and I think that ball went just off the part of the baseball bat where it's going from handle to barrel, kind of where a normal batter like Kenny Piper, who awaits on deck, has his pine tar, and that area is kind of where he got jammed up.
So Arntzen gets a new piece of lumber, and he'll head back up to the plate as he shares a nice laugh with the catcher, Nick Rose, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Those two will be teammates at SIUE. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 coming from Drake Salzman. Good breaking ball. Boy, Salzman, if he hadn't found the breaking ball already, he certainly found it here in the 4th. He's thrown a few good ones and drops one in there to Arntzen for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Salzman trying to strike out the side. The 1-2. Runner goes, and it's fouled away. Arntzen stays alive in a 1-2 count. The runner Randazzo was off with the pitch. He'll retreat. And Arntzen will try his luck again in another 1-2 count, trying to extend the inning to Kenny Piper, the leadoff hitter. Another 1-2 coming from Salzman. Upstairs, he went with the fastball. 3 runs on 5 hits, 1 error for the Eagles, 1 run on 1 hit, no errors for the Cavemen. The 2-2 coming from Drake Salzman. Swing and a drive to left center. This one has a chance, and you can kiss that one goodbye. Ole Arntzen, a 2-run shot just to the right of the clock, between the clock and the the flagpole in center field, and his 3rd home run of the summer. And the big boy extends the Eagles' lead to 5-1.
Well, Salzman just left the pitch low in the zone, and big fella went down and got it. And, we've talked about, the struggles that Arntzen has had throughout the season this summer. One of the reasons why he's hitting in that 9-hole spot. But as we've conveyed to the viewers numerous times, you got to treat that 9-hole spot sometimes like it's roll it back over the top of the order. Instead, the Eagles go with a little bit of a different approach and say, hey, let's put a guy in the 9-hole spot who's got some pop, and he shows you why he can let it rip.
There's a ball to Kenny Piper, and the ball just shoots off his bat. His strength is something to behold. About 6'5", 230 pounds, and he used all of that to crank that one out to center field. And Kenny Piper skies that one into shallow right center. And the right fielder Headcamp makes the catch for out number 3, a 2-run homer for Ole Arntzen. And the Eagles double their lead to 5-1. We're halfway done here at Car Shield Field. 5-1 Eagles. Halfway done here at Car Shield Field, 5-1 Eagles. Seth Halverson looks at a strike from Logan Bexton to get things started. Here in the bottom of the 4th, Halverson, Kiffer, and Daniels, 3, 4, and 5. As the Cavemen try to claw their way back from a 5-1 deficit, a couple of 2-run homers, one by Justin Eads, one by Ole Arntzen. Eads also has an RBI base hit, so 3 runs driven in for the Quincy University outfielder. Home run last inning by Arntzen to dead center field. Tyler Headcamp has accounted for the only run, the only hit for the Cavemen, as Halverson skies that one foul and out of play. Count stays at 0-2. Halverson struck out swinging against Brady Chanul back in the first, as did 4 other Cavemen. An 0-2 from Bexton, a little bit low and away. Halverson homered to center field yesterday, so did the man hitting in front of him, Luke Mann, but that one to right field. A 1-2 outside. Halverson, after that homer yesterday, 5 homers, 19 runs driven in, 15 runs scored. The 2-2 from Bexton. Breaking ball, had him out in front, and he swings right through it. Halverson goes down for the second time. So fooled him on the breaking ball. Chanel blew a fastball by him for his first strikeout. Now Halverson swings through a breaking ball from Bexton. And Bexton picks up his first K. He gave up the home run to Headcamp in the third, but that was it. Retired the other 3 batters he faced. Just 2 base runners for the Cavemen. A walk by Connor Kiffer back in the second, the home run by Headcamp, and that has been it. Brady Chanel was rock solid. 2 scoreless innings, 6 punch-outs. Just the 1 walk. And there's a strike to Connor Kiffer, 1 ball, 1 strike. Kiffer was the only man to reach base before the homer by Headcamp. The 1-1 from Bexton. Breaking ball and a good one on the outside corner.
You know, besides the mistake to Headcamp, he's done a good job of filling up the zone and being around early and often as far as being around the strike zone, working all parts of the zone, in, out, up, down. So he's doing a good job. Got to continue this.
Wonder if Herman will stretch him out a little bit, primarily a starter at William Woods as he gets a ground out there from Connor Kiffer for out number 2. He'll look for some length here out of Bexton. Out of the bullpen, he made a few starts at William Woods this spring, 30 innings.
Yeah, and he got roughed up a little bit. You know, a couple of his starts, he didn't make it past, third, fourth inning, but he also had a couple of starts where, for example, last start of the year against Central Baptist, throws 106 pitches, and his best outing of the season, a complete game shutout. So he's a guy that can be stretched out a little bit. You just wonder, how much he's going to get on the mound.
Delivers a nice breaking ball there to Daniels. He's got some good stuff coming out of the bullpen. He looks pretty sharp, as did Brady Chanel.
I like his pace. He's getting back on the mound, ready to throw, not wasting too much time in between pitches.
Another swing and a miss. He's working quickly and pumping strikes. No balls, 2 strikes to Mitch Daniels, who went down swinging against Chanel in the second. Bexton looking for a 1-2-3 inning. The 0-2 to Daniels. Outside, just a bit off the black.
And that is a tough pitch to lay off if you're Daniels. But a good eye, left it outside. We'll see what he comes back with.
The 1-2. Went back out there and missed with the fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Daniels battles back to work the count even at 2-2. The kick and the 2-2. Outside corner, got him looking, couple of strikeouts in the inning. And Logan Bexton looks pretty good out of the bullpen. His Eagles are feeling good right now. They lead it 5-1 as we head to the 5th here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Damian Henderson gets things started for the Eagles. They lead at 5-1 here in the top of the 5th, 2-3-4. Damian Henderson on the ball game so far, 1 for 1. Got it on base a couple of times, and Justin Eads has driven him in both times. 1 on a base hit, 1 on a 2-run homer. The 1-0 from Drake Salzman working into the 5th is chopped foul. And how about the first base umpire making a nice play out there? How about Mr. Eric Backus flashing the leather a little bit out there?
Man, he got fancy with it, too, like he was going to get up, make a nice little throw somewhere. Maybe he had a little baseball in his lineage.
And that's smoked in the left field, but Mitch Daniels puts that away. Unfortunate out there for Henderson, but Salzman will take it for out number 1.
Man, he's a tough out, huh? I mean, that is just hitting the baseball hard to all parts of the field and hit the baseball hard left side of the field. It just didn't drop. How do you say you got too much of that baseball, you know? I mean, it just went right to him.
There's not much you can do.
Unlucky.
Hey, he had a blooper that fell down the left field line for a double, so I guess it all evens out. There's a called strike to Justin Eads, who's already driven in 3 runs in his first 2 at-bats. A base hit and a 2-run homer to left field. Still facing Drake Salzman, and he smokes that one to right center. That is carrying, and it is gone. Just clears the wall in right center. A missile of a home run for Justin Eads, his 2nd of the ball game, 5th of the summer.
Knew that one was out off the bat. You could just see the power that he's had today. He's just seen the ball so well. And I'll say it again. Put a ball in the air to right center field. It's going to carry.
Especially off the bat of this guy. As strong as he is, driving the ball to right center. That ball was an absolute laser beam out to right center. And that's fouled back by Peyton Leeper. 4 runs driven in, a 3-for-3 day for Justin Eads, and 2 homers. Have a day, why don't you? It's only the 5th inning. He's probably going to get another shot at it. No balls, 1 strike to Peyton Leeper. The 0-1. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Leeper 0 for 2 on the day so far. Strikeout and a comebacker. Hitting in the 4th spot for Forrest Herman's Eagles, coming in at 10-11. Cavemen 9-11-2, and that's smoked into center field. Danny Sperling traces back to make the catch for the 2nd out. A couple of hard outs in this inning. So a line drive to left field off the bat of Henderson, then a solo homer for Justin Eads. I got onto the clubhouse and skipped up over the roof in right center. And now another line drive and another out to center field. And now the catcher, John Stalka. First pitch is in there for a strike. Stalka 0 for 2 on the afternoon. A fielder's choice and a pop out. Give the Eagles 7 hits on the afternoon to make up their 6 runs rather. They lead it by 5 here in the top of the 5th. Looking for more. 3 home runs on the afternoon for the Eagles. 2 by Justin Eads, 1 by Ole Arntzen. All but 1 of their runs has come on a home run. The first run scored on an Eads base hit, a 2-run homer for Eads, a 2-run homer for Arntzen, and now a solo laser of a home run for Eads again. That's blocked by Rose in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. To the Webster Groves Stateman and SIUE Cougar, John Stalka. Salzman trying to retire the next 2 after the homer. Needs to get Stalk up here. And he might. That's hit to third. On the first with it is Kiffer for out number 3. Another home run for Justin Eads. Have a day, why don't you? He's 3 for 3 rather, with 4 runs driven in. His 2nd homer extends the Eagles' lead to 6-1 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Andy Bunton leads things off for the Cavemen as they try to now fight their way back from a 5-run deficit after the home run by Justin Eads, his second of the ball game. And Bunton squares bunt and pulls back for strike one. Bunton on the afternoon so far, 0 for 1 with a punch out against Brady Chanel back in the second inning. He leads off the fifth. 6, 7, 8 for the Cavemen, Bunton, Claus, and Rose. The 1-1, a called strike. Bexton has looked sharp out of the bullpen here in his first couple innings. Just a home run by Tyler Headcamp, but other than that, he's been rock solid. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the offering. Ground ball hit solely out to Jones. Easy play there for the first out.
Logan just looks so relaxed, on the mound right now. We talked about last inning how he's getting on the hill and he's just attacking, not afraid of, any of the hitters in this lineup. And this is a lineup for the Cavemen that you could be afraid of, especially the top of that order. But he's been attacking, hitter after hitter.
1 ball, no strikes to Brendan Claus, the shortstop here this afternoon. He was the final batter that Brady Chanel faced in his start, and he struck out swinging. Good pitch on the outside corner, just missed. 2 balls, no strikes. Bexton 2 1/3 so far. Just the 1 hit, the 1 run. Other than that, he's retired every batter he's faced, and that's chopped foul. A Caveman will have to get on base for Headcamp to reach the plate this inning. He's the 9th hole hitter in the hole right now. With the 7-hitter, Claus at the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike. Good pitch. Boy, Bexton is just dotting up on the outside corner of these right-handed hitters right now. And the Cavemen just don't have an answer.
And he's established that pitch, so hitters have to adjust.
The 2-2 is chopped foul. Claus is out in front of it. So after the ground out by Bunton, he's 0 for 2. Claus trying to reach base for Nick Rose on deck. Another 2-2. Check swing, and he went around. Ring him up, says first base umpire Eric Backus, and 2 outs here in the 5th.
Yeah, Klaus has had a rough summer, and it continues. You can't do much when you leave your bat on your shoulder either. So at least go out there and compete and try to look for the right pitch. And he's just not seeing the ball well this summer. It's just a tough summer for Klaus.
That pitch misses down low to Nick Rose. 1 ball, no strikes. Bexton trying to work another scoreless frame here in the 5th. There's some action down there in the bullpen. Austin Tresser starting to play catch down there. And that's chopped right back to Bexton. And he'll fire on to first. And 3 solid innings out of the pen for Logan Bexton. And we head to the top of the 6th. Cam will tell you about the last couple innings here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. 6-1, Eagles on top.
6, 7, 8 due up in the order for the Eagles here in the top of the 6th inning. It's a 6-1 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen, and in comes Brandon Gutzler to relieve Drake Salzman. First pitch offering inside strike to the right-handed Steven Radazzo. Radazzo 1 for 2 on the day, single back in the 4th, was left stranded, grounded out to the second baseman in the 6th. Gutzler got the start in right field yesterday for the Cavemen, now comes in relief. Fastball gets in there for an 0-1 pitch to make it no balls and 2 strikes to the right-handed Radazzo. Radazzo will be followed by Jalen Jones, who's 1 for 2 today, and Aaron Hopp, who's 0 for 2 in the 3 spot. Bottom of the order here for the Eagles. Here's the payoff pitch from Gutzler. Fastball inside, missed low at the knees for a ball. Drake Salzman's day's done. 81 total pitches for him, 58 strikes. He gave up 6 runs, all of them earned, and 4 strikeouts for the righty. 1-2 pitch misses upstairs from Brandon Gutzler, and now the count has run to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Salzman doesn't necessarily, from those numbers, you don't think that he did all that horrible, but he gave up 4 home runs today, so that's kind of what alluded to the 6 earned runs. Ground ball, base hit, right back up the middle for Steven Radazzo, and he's on with his second base hit of the day.
And just another nice piece of hitting. He doesn't try to do too much at the plate. He doesn't swing out of his shoes. Just puts the ball in play, and you're leading off an inning. That's all you got to do. Just get on base. It's a 6-1 ball game. It's a 5-run game in the 6th inning. The Eagles have been a part of some of these crazy late inning ball games. So, hey, any additional runs, you'll take them.
Top of the 6th inning here at Carshield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. Second part of our doubleheader. 0-1 pitch gets in there. And now Jones is behind in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Runner on first base and no outs in the top of the 6th. Outfield is straight away. Infield giving themselves some room. Double play ball would be in order if they get a ground ball up the middle or at the corners. Clouds now kind of dissipating here at Carshield Field, and the sun is shining probably as bright as it has all day. 0-2 pitch inside, almost nicked Jones, and he sputtered out of the way of it before it got to him.
He's had to do a couple limbo acts, a couple of matrix acts to get out of the way of some pitches today. They kept him on his toes in that batter's box.
Here's a pitch. And 1-2 missed again. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner at first gets his lead. Here's a pitch from Gutzler. Swinging a line drive right back up the middle. Could be 2. Second for 1. On to first. In time. 6-4-3 double play. Puts 2 outs on the board for the Cavemen.
Just about as easy as they're going to come. Nice little one-hopper. Hit well. Don't have to rush it. Nice feed there from Bunton, and Claus just coming right across the bag and fired on to first.
And it's a 4-6-3 double play.
Still 2 outs either way. Does the job equally as well.
So 2 outs on the board, and in steps the right-handed hitting Aaron Hopp. Hopp, 0 for 2 today. Webster Gorlock hasn't seen much success. Struck out looking back in the 4th and swinging in the 2nd. 1-0 pitch upstairs, misses. 2 balls and no strikes for Gutzler. Gutzler, a guy throughout his career that really hasn't been a pitcher. Of course, played outfield at Murray State, played outfield at Merrimack, and played outfield overseas when he signed his first professional contract.
And we were talking to him a couple weeks ago after one of the ball games. He said he hadn't pitched since about his freshman, sophomore year in high school. So it's been almost a decade since he'd stepped on a mound during a game, but he's holding his own.
3-0 pitch. Fastball right down mainstream, gets in there, strike 1. Yeah, I realize in the prime of Brandon Gutzler's playing days, in that college era in between Merrimack and Murray State, guy was a 90-plus guy, velo from the outfield.
He's got the arm. He's got the arm talent.
And arm talent went too far inside on Aaron Hopp, and he's on with a hit by pitch.
He's still trying to work things out here on the mound. He hasn't pitched in a long time. He said It was about the week before he started playing this league that he decided, maybe I want to maybe try to start pitching again, maybe get some looks that way. And he's got the velocity. Just you can tell he's a raw pitcher out there. Not the greatest mechanics you're ever going to see. He throws hard, so he has enough velocity to get by.
But, hey, you got a shot at pro ball. See what you can do. Try out different positions if one's not working. First offering to the right-handed Ole Arnston in there for strike one.
Maybe you can become a two-way player. Maybe you can do both, play the outfield and pitch. That's one more weapon in your arsenal.
Arnston 1 for 2 on the day. Flew out in the second. Big fly back in the fourth. Here's a swing and a fly ball right side of the infield into foul territory. Halverson makes a basket catch backwards in foul territory for out number 3. Boy, was that a play. Seth Halverson, what an athlete you are. Steve Beazer will be happy to have you back next year in the spring. It's a 6-1 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen. We head to the bottom half of the inning. Baseball still on tap here at Carshield Collegiate Field on CCL TV. We move to the bottom of the 6th inning here at Carshield Field. Right-handed hitting Tyler Heckkamp due up. Takes the first pitch fastball from the righty. Here's a 1-1. Tap right back up the box. Pitcher has it, and a throw to first in time for the first out.
Look what I found, a little PFP action. His pitchers have been busy. A lot of comebackers, a lot of balls hit right back up the box, and so far they've had the glove work working. They've had a strong glove hand so far.
Logan Bexton moving and grooving through these last 4 innings. 6-1 lead for his squad. Faces the left-handed hitting Sperling. Deep drive, left center field, going on the left fielder, and he'll make the catch on the run. Kenny Piper for the out.
And he can cover a lot of ground. We saw a few weeks ago, made probably the best defensive play we've seen all summer, a diving catch in center field, playing left field here today, and that's a guy who can cover a lot of ground. This is that combination in the outfield of Piper, Hop, and Eads that's a dangerous outfield right there.
Seeing a kid like Kenny Piper play throughout the entirety of his career, I've seen him play at every single position. That kid is the ultimate utility man.
He's caught, played third base, shortstop, left field, center field. Put him anywhere, he'll play it. And play it well.
That's pretty much about every position. Here's Luke Mann, left-handed hitting designated hitter today for the Cavemen. Luke Mann 0 for 2 today. Strikeout and a flyout. Fastball misses upstairs, runs the count to 2 balls and no strikes. Logan Bexton trying to get out of this inning as his team leads by 5. Here's a pitch. Fastball outside corner to the left-handed man. Gets in there for strike number 1. Man saw some good production yesterday. Couple of base hits and a big fly over the right field wall. Here's a 2-1. Curveball. Man laid off of it to run the count to 3 balls and 1 strike. Man, a dual player. Guy that can pitch and hit at a very high level. Here's a 3-1. Fastball ripped into right field. That gets down for a base hit. It'll go all the way to the wall and bounce off the wall. He's going for second. His man, here's the throw, the slide, and he's there. Safe is Luke Mann with a 2-out double. First hit of the afternoon for Luke Mann, and that one was roped into right field. Honestly, the power that Mann had on that hit forced the ball to come off the wall so hard. If it wasn't such a hardly hit baseball into right field, he probably stands up with that double at second instead of sliding in.
Yeah, almost the case where he almost hit it too hard, almost got thrown out at second base. The ball goes all the way to the wall. With a guy like Mann, you think he'd have a stand-up double, but almost the case where he hit the ball too hard.
So in steps the right-handed Seth Halverson. Halverson's 0 for 2 today, 2 strikeouts. First pitch from Bexton. Swing and a tapper right back at the plate and foul in front of Stalkup, the catcher. So 0-1 on the count, 2 outs. And Seth Halverson, 3-hole hitter and starting first baseman today for the Cavemen, at the dish. Waves his bat as Bexton gets set on the hill. Curveball missed outside for a ball. So it evens up, 1 ball, 1 strike, and 2 outs. Wind blowing just a little bit out to center field as the American flag in center waves to its right. Here's the 1-1. Fastball tapped up the middle. Shortstop coming on, and Leeper on the run. The throw in time for the out at first. Nice play from Peyton Leeper on the run, make the transfer and the throw to first to get Halverson to end the threat in the 6th. Still a 6-1 lead for the Eagles as we move to the top of the 7th inning. No score, or 6-1 lead here at Carshield Collegiate Field. We move to the top of the 7th inning here at Carshield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. It'll be the top of the order due up for the Eagles. Kenny Piper followed by Damian Henderson and Justin Eads in the 3 spot. Kenny Piper 0 for 3 today. First pitch from the new hurler on the hill, and Chase Stevens misses upstairs for a ball. And looks like Henderson's going to have a pinch hitter, so we'll announce it when he comes to the plate. 1-0 pitch to Kenny Piper. Outside corner, called strike 1. So it's a 6-1 lead here in the top of the 7th inning. Cavemen just trying to keep the Eagles at bay for their last shot in the bottom of the 7th inning. Inside fastball almost hits Piper near the eyes, but he gets out of the way of it. 2 balls and 1 strike on the count. No outs in the top of the 7th. Big hard throwing righty Chase Stevens on the hill. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses upstairs at the eyes to make it 3 balls and 1 strike. Third baseman, about 3 or 4 steps behind the bag at third. So he's deep in that 5-hole. 3-1 pitch on the way to Kenny Piper. Fastball is driven into left field, past the shortstop, into center field for a base hit. Rounding first, going to second is Piper. The throw. Piper slides, and he is safe. Kenny Piper with a little bloop single into center field turns it into a leadoff double.
How about it, Kenny Piper? This guy's got some jets. How about it? Stretch it into a double.
So that brings in the pinch hitter, Levi Mislowski. Levi will swing it from the right side. He's hitting for Damian Henderson, who had a good day already. Stevens misses outside with the off-speed pitch. 1 ball and no strikes. Justin Eads awaits on deck. But a runner on second and no outs here in the top of the 7th. Here's a pitch from Stevens. Swing and a miss on the off-speed pitch. Couldn't catch up to it. Keeps it even at 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs. Runner in scoring position and Kenny Piper at second. Here's the pitch. Left upstairs. Towards the eyes for a ball. Mazowski waits on the 2-1. Swing and fouled out to the right side, out of play. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. No outs here in the top of the 7th. Chase Stevens in his first inning of work. Here's a 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on the heat outside for out number 1. So Chase Stevens comes in, gives up a double, but then strikes out Levi for the first out here. And in steps Justin Eads, who's 3 for 3 today with 2 big flies and a single. Kenny Piper at second base. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Stevens looks in for a sign. Here's the pitch. Off-speed pitch misses outside for ball 1. Here's the 1-0 from Stevens. Off speed, misses away yet again. This time it gets a little bit more away from Stevens. And now the count is 2-0. Stevens has to be willing to attack Eads here, even though he's a dangerous hitter. Nowhere to pitch around. Here's a pitch. Off speed, misses upstairs and away. Runs the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Six-1 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen, trying to add to what already is a 5-run lead. Here's the pitch to Eads. Off-speed pitch misses outside, and Justin Eads is on for the 4th time today. In steps the left-handed Peyton Leeper. He takes an off-speed pitch upstairs from Stevens for ball 1. First and second base are where runners are occupied right now in the top of the 7th. 1 out and a 1-0 count to the left-handed Peyton Leeper. Stevens sets in the pitch. Off-speed misses low in the dirt, blocked well by the catcher to keep it in front. Don't forget, folks, tomorrow is $1 Beer Wednesday at the ballpark, so come on out to Car Shield Field and enjoy a beer and some baseball. Here's the 2-0. Off-speed misses outside to run the count to 3 balls and no strikes.
Name a better combination. I'll wait.
B&B. Beer and baseball.
There you go.
Here's a 3-0 to Leeper outside, and the bases are juiced. So it's 3 straight walks, or two walks after the pinch hitter was out. So Justin Eads is now at second, and Peyton Leeper's at first with the walk. Kenny Piper has advanced to third after he doubled to lead off the inning. And now slew pitching coach Will Bradley and the head coach of the Cavemen will come out to have a talk with Stevens. Stevens now will face off against John Stallcup. Stallcup is 0 for 3 today. Grounded out to third back in the 5th. Flew out on the infield back in the 3rd and grounded into a fielder's choice in the 1st inning. Radazzo waits on deck. 1 out in the top of the 7th. Stallcup trying to cash in. Leaves an off-speed pitch upstairs at the eyes for ball 1. Stevens having a tough time finding the zone here in the last couple of batters.
All he's got to do is just make one good pitch in the strike zone. He could find his way out of this inning.
Here's the 1-0. Off-speed pitch there at the belt to Stallcup for strike 1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to the Eagles starting catcher today. Love to break out of his 0 for 3 slump that he's had today. One's across the board. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and John Stallcup offers at the 1-1. That was probably ball 2. Way too anxious was the youngster in Stallcup. Went into the left-hander batter's box to go reach for that one. So now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes, 1 out, and the base is loaded in the top of the 7th for John Stallcup. Here's the pitch. Leaves it upstairs at the eyes for ball 2. Six to 1 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen here in the top of the 7th. 2-2 the count to Stallcup. Here's the pitch. Just gets a piece of it to foul it away and stay alive. Just past 2:30 Central Time here at Car Shield Field in game number 2 of our doubleheader this afternoon. Here comes a 2-2 pitch to Stallcup. Swinging a tapper left side. Fielded cleanly by the third baseman on to second for 1, and he bobbled it. He is out on the transfer at second is Peyton Leeper. Run scores in Kenny Piper, and John Stallcup's on with the fielder's choice. Justin Eads advances to third on the play.
They put the ball in play. Good things can happen. Get yourself an RBI. And then again, could have been a double play, but hey, you never know. Always hustle it out. Never know if second baseman's going to bobble it or whatnot, what have you. So get yourself another insurance run.
Brings in Steven Radazzo, who takes the first pitch for a ball. Runners at the corners now with 2 outs, and now a 7-1 lead for the Eagles after the fielder's choice ground out that scored a run from John Stallcup. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a foul tip back into the catcher's mitt for strike 1. Radazzo 2 for 3 on the day today. Singled and was thrown out trying to stretch a single into a double back in the 6th. Grounded out in the 2nd. Here's the pitch. Swing and a pop-up to center field. Spearling is there. He will camp, make a couple of steps to his left, and make the catch for out number 3. We move to the bottom of the 7th inning. Eagles add one more here in the top half of the inning, but the Cavemen have got one more chance in the bottom half of the 7th. We're back in a moment here on the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network and CarShield Collegiate League TV. It's a 6-run lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen. Four, 5, and 6. Meat of the order due up for the Cavemen in the bottom half of the 7th inning. They'll face off against Logan Bexton, who's into his 5th inning of work. And boy, has the William Woods out looked good. First pitch, fastball inside corner, fouled away by Connor Kiffer. It'll be Kiffer, followed by the left fielder Mitch Daniels and Andy Bunton in the 3 spot. Kiffer is 0 for 1 today. Swings at the 0-1, lifts it into right field. Going back, the second baseman, but coming in as the right fielder in Justin Eads to make the catch in right field for out number 1.
Well, he said they might stretch out Bexton. Not sure we thought he'd come on and finish this ballgame after coming in the 3rd inning, but boy, has he been rock solid here this afternoon.
Sure, Chris Fletcher, head coach of the William Woods Owls in Fulton, would be very pleased to hear the report after today's game of Logan Bexton's outing if he's able to get through this 7th. First offering to Mitch Daniels. Outside pitch missed for a ball, said home plate umpire Justin Robinson. So it's a 7-1 lead for the Eagles, trying to shut the door and pick up a victory. Here's the pitch. Swinging a tapper left side of the infield. Goes through the third baseman's glove, but shortstop's able to field it cleanly, and it's a base hit as the throw is not in time to first base.
That's just a in-betweener there. Not a whole lot either of those guys could do, Randazzo or Leaper. Leaper made a heck of a play just to get to it, but really no shot to get the guy at first.
So it brings in Andy Bunton. Bunton is 0 for 2 for the day. Struck out in the 2nd and grounded out to the second baseman in the 5th. 1 runner on and 1 out. Here's a pitch from Bexton. This one's tapped to the right side, through the 4-hole and into right field for a base hit. Runners will stay at 1st and 2nd as the throw comes in from right to the cutoff man. And now 2 runners are on with 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th.
And boy, does Bunton ever have a solid approach at the plate. He knows his game. He knows he's not a big home run hitter. Just get the ball in play, find a hole somewhere, get a base hit, keep the line moving.
And now a guy who has had a really rough day and a really rough summer in Brendan Klaus digging in. He's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. His first pitch to Klaus. Misses inside for a ball. Bexton is 1 ground ball away from turning in a great performance, but more importantly, picking up a victory for his team. Here's the 1-0. Offered, yes he did, for strike 1. Evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Don't forget, folks, we've got plenty of baseball coming around tomorrow, so stick with us as we finish this one up here. 7-1 lead for the Eagles over the Cavemen as the 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed by Brandon Klaus to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runners at first and second, and 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. Bexton looks back, the runner is second, now deals. Tapper right up the middle. This could be it. Shortstop takes it himself to second for 1. Strong throw over to first for a 6-3 double play unassisted to end the ball game. Logan Bexton will pick up the win for the Eagles. They will win this one by a score of 7-1. Shane and I will wrap it all up for you right after this. It's a 7-1 win for the Eagles over the Cavemen on the Car Shield Collegiate League Radio Network and CCL TV. We're back in a bit. Welcome back to Car Shield Field as the Eagles defeat the Cavemen by a final score of 7-1. Big day out of Eagles Justin Eads. The right fielder today went 3 for 3, 2 big flies, RBIs to his credit of 4, a single and a walk on the day for Justin Eads. But how about the pitching performance from Logan Bexton? Comes in after Brady Shanel throws a couple of innings, keeps it clean, only gives up a run, and then Logan Bexton comes in. His only blemish was the 1 big fly. Besides that, Bexton did a really great job of staying ahead of hitters and working all parts of the plate.
Besides that, he was rock solid. What give up 2 base runners, besides 2 hits, besides that 1 home run. Absolutely lights out, commanding both sides of the plate, breaking ball away, fastballs in. He was commanding the strike zone, and the Cavemen just look lost at the plate, facing both Chanul and Bexton. The Eagles pitching, that's about as good of a day as you can ask for Forrest Herman, and really gets them back on track. They've been scuffling as of late, lost a few ball games. That should get them right back on the right track, getting back to 500 and get things rolling again.
So the loss goes to Drake Salzman, who threw 4 innings, 81 pitches, 58 strikes, and gave up 6 earned runs. He did get 4 strikeouts today, so it was some glimpse of good hope from Drake Salzman. The win will go to Logan Bexton. He picks up a win this summer, and that means that the Cavemen will drop to 9-12 on the year. But the Eagles, as you said, Shane, they move to 11-11, 500 now as they move into competition tomorrow.
And they've been scuffling as of late, so This performance right here might be one of the best all-around performances we've seen from this team all summer long. They've had to fight their way back in a lot of ball games, but they were in the lead from the start in this ball game, and they could just cruise the rest of the ball game. It helps when you getting really good pitching from the likes of Chanul and Bexton. When the bats are hot, the bats are hot, and when the pitching's hot, it's a rare day to find where both of those things are working for you.
So it's going to be a close race at the top of the leaderboard towards the end of the season to see who wins the league. Cornbelters, Falcons, and Eagles, all with 10-plus wins, have an opportunity to win this league. We will see you all tomorrow. We've got doubleheader action on tap tomorrow starting at noon. We will get you a final score, 7-1. Eagles defeat the Cavemen here at Car Shield Collegiate Field. Thanks for joining us today. For Cam Thomas, Shane Holsey, and our producer, Charlie Barfield, we say so long from Car Shield Field.